Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday Night Live. I hope you guys have all had a good week. Do you like my new microphone cover too? Does it look pink? I got a pink microphone cover and I love it. Hello, everybody. Hello, Robat. Happy Friday. Let me get your comments pulled up. We're going to take some calls. We've got the Idaho 4 911 call that was released. Holy shit. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Here it is. We have some new members. We have Be Nice Try It. Thank you for becoming a member tonight. And thank you for gifting a membership. Hello, hello. What's your dancer? Hey, Amy C. Hello, and thank you for your Cash App, Amy C. That was so nice of you. Jammers. Diana HB. My hair's different? No, it's just down. I just have it down tonight. See? I did get new glasses. Do you like them? I got 2 new pairs. What is going on? What is going on? Hey, Tara. Hey, Summer Girl. Hey, Brandywine. Agent 99. Good evening. Lisa Wilson wants to know, do you think Brian was Papa Rogers? I do. I do. What up, Danny? Grits, hello. Thank you, Robat. Hey, UA. Hey, Audrey. Frag. Hippie. Northern Beans. I had such a headache this morning. I woke up awful. There is a lot of bad weather coming, so let's do a poll. Do you guys think that he was Papa Rogers? Let's do one real quick. Do you think BK was Papa Rogers? Isn't that weird? And then we have Sebastian Rogers. That's weird to me. You only can answer yes or no. So either you think it was or you don't think it was. Where are the dreads? I have partial dreads. So this part of my hair is normal, right? Like from here to the front, right? And then the back, the side and back is dreaded. I know it's hard to see. Let me see if I can make my light brighter. I don't know if that helps. Can you see now? That is super bright, though. I got to turn that back down. That is too bright. Hello, Gina from West Virginia. Hello, Michelle. Oh, thank you, Andy. I'm 50. Thank you, Stephanie. You guys are so kind. You're feeling like a new person. Don't you love that, Betsy? Aw, thank you, guys. Thank you, Jenny. They smell so nice and fresh. Yeah. 'Cause I'm 50. Oh, you guys. All right. Listen. Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. And that's what we all are, right? We're all perfectly imperfect. None of us are beauty queens on this app, right? None of us are fucking beauty queens. We are who we are. And we should all embrace who we are. And I appreciate all of the kind comments. That's really nice of you. So put a 1 in chat if you have heard the 911 call in its entirety for 1122 King Road. Thank you so much, Shell, as are you. Look I got my Cooterville shirt on. I don't know if y'all can see it. See? Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. You have heard it. Oh, Wheel. Been messaging back and forth with Kara Northington, Xana's mom, and she says she's doing well. Oh, Wheel, thanks for letting us know. I think about their parents all the time. Gina, you like my headphones? These came from a guy named Ben. It wasn't Ben George. Not Bean. It's not Bean George. But this guy named Ben who used to watch me, I haven't seen him in a while. But he's from across the pond. And when I first started YouTube, he sent me these headphones, and they're like Sennheiser. I don't know how the fuck you say it, but that good brand, you know. Friday night ice cream sundaes from the YouTube snack cart. Whoop whoop. Do you have cherries and whipped cream? Snack cart. Is Clue in here? What's up, Clue? You know what I mean, Clue? I just listened to your videos with the call, darling Brittaby. It's crazy, chaotic. Clue says, "Speak for yourself, there, ma'am. I'm a beauty queen and a motherfucking princess." Well, you can be the motherfucking princess. I ain't no princess. I ain't no fucking princess. But I will give you the princess title gladly. Let's listen to the 911 call. And you haven't heard it yet, Amy. Holy shit. Yeah, that should be Clue's song. What was that girl's name? Avril Lavigne? And hell yeah, I'm the motherfucking princess. You're going to quit. Hey, Hug. Hey, Bayou. Good to see you. Alabama. Good to see you, babe. All right, so let's go ahead and play the call. This is the 911 call. It's 4 minutes and 26 seconds long.
AM 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We
Let's see if I
don't
have
know
captions.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay.
Fuck
and
you,
is that a
UA.
house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
I can clear out the
phone
background
number that
noise,
you're
too.
calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened very much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
He says that phone call.
talking to them, Jay. I can't talk to them. Jay needs you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again. There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13, 2022.
Well, for me, that gives me absolute chills. I don't know what it would be like to be a college student and have this happen when you think that your roommate was just drunk and isn't waking up. Because, like, that would freak me out anyway. Like, people are saying, like, why are they scared? Well, if you think that your roommate is drunk and dead, that might freak you out too, not necessarily a stabbing. I mean, my heart is like pounding listening to it. It's horrible. It's scary. So let me try to take the noise reduction out of it, or put the noise reduction filter on and tell me what you guys, if you guys can even hear it like this. Let's try one more time and then we're going to open up the phone lines.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the light, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
See, that's the neighbor. That's
And
Emily,
they saw some
the neighbor.
man in their house.
That's the neighbor talking. That's really calm right there. Hey, Trisha. Good to see you tonight. All right, let's open up the phone lines. Let's take your calls. 727-755-6001. Call me up. Let me know what you think of this audio. Let me know. 727-755-6001. It's also at the top of your screen.
That's nice. Yeah. Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around.
How about now?
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Call from
Kimberly Moore.
Hello, you are live on the air with Jay.
You don't hold account.
Jay, I've lost my voice, but hey, Jay,
Oh, hey, who am I talking to?
it's Kimberly Moore from Tennessee.
Hi, Kimberly. What's on your mind tonight?
I was just listening to the actual 911 call. It's a lot different to hear it than it is to read it. Or
Yeah.
have somebody else read it, like these other podcasts have done.
Yeah, the transcripts.
Totally. Yeah, I've heard it read from other people 2 or 3 times, but definitely not the same.
No, do you think it's chilling or it's? I mean, in what way do you
Most
feel like it's not
definitely.
the same?
Oh, it's more real, you know.
Yeah. I think that
If you read,
I think that
Go ahead.
a lot of people like reading that we didn't get the context of like who was even talking in those transcripts.
exactly.
Mhm.
That's pretty, you know, you're not going to be able to be in somebody else's shoes unless you are in somebody else's shoes, you know.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
That was good to hear.
It's just
I
crazy that
appreciate
they
it.
had it sealed for so long. What do you think about that?
I don't think anything should have been sealed, or that's crazy, because
Yeah.
it's going to get out sooner or later, and if you hold it, keep it sealed, and that's more speculation and more BS that gets told about it. No truth comes out, just more speculation.
Yeah, maybe the girls wouldn't have went through half of what they went through from the public.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Well, thank you for
I
calling in.
appreciate you.
Yeah, I hope you get your voice
Thank you. I
back soon.
appreciate. All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
727-755-6001. Thank you for calling in tonight. Sham Wow is here. I don't understand why they called 911 had they not went in there and physically tried to wake her up. She didn't wake up. I'm confused on that too. Hey, Katie. No one did mention blood. You're right. That is kind of fucking weird. That Hunter didn't.
Call from Glacier Vista.
Hey, you're live on air with Jay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Can you mute your YouTube in the background for me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can also hear your YouTube if you could mute that in the background.
Say it again.
Can you mute your YouTube, your TV?
Okay. All right. My name's Jeanette. What I think is I watched this from the beginning and got really involved and watched all of the different.
You still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out for a second. Go ahead and start over.
Okay. I watched all this stuff in the beginning and kept up with it until it just became where every show I watched, they were just beating down the 2 girls,
Mhm.
you know, and we don't have any evidence that they had anything to do with this.
Right.
And maybe, and when the trial comes, maybe things will be different. But I think this is just like Katie and Chris. They just, you know, yeah, they were the last ones there. But I can't even imagine if my daughter was the first year in college and she just moved into this house and this is what she's dealing with in the middle of the night. I don't know that she could handle it.
Gosh, I know. You wonder how
Mhm.
she's going to continue
I
on
know.
after. You know, that would be my concern.
And
Like,
we don't know their past. It seems like they had trauma. Both of them had trauma in their past. I don't, you know, they were definitely drunk, underage.
yep.
I wouldn't imagine that they wanted to call the police or you know, they're going to get kicked out of school. They could lose a sorority and get kicked out of school or whatever else could happen. So I don't think that was their first thought, call the police because there's people drunk in the house.
hmm
But that's my opinion.
No, I
on
agree
it,
with
is
you.
that
I agree
Can
with
we,
you.
can we wait till we get a little more information? I think he may have done it, but I don't know. I haven't seen enough evidence on him.
Well,
So we'll see.
yeah, we'll see. That's what I keep saying. I can't wait to see the evidence at trial. So I'm with you on that one.
Okay. Thank you.
All
Have a good
right.
day.
Hey, you too. Have a great night.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, caller. It's really messed up. They tore on the house. I didn't take my dreads out. No, she meant my hair's down. Like I usually have it pulled up and like pulled back. They're not out. I feel like psychology and trauma explains quite a bit in this case alone. STL says, I have no problems here at the house. They took the walls and the baseboards out. It wouldn't be the same. And cut, parts out of the wall. UI is known as one of the biggest party colleges in the state. Well, actually, I've been working outside, Gray Pearl. But I'll say this. The cops were already called on them a few times that we know of. It was on the body cam. They were told that they were going to be fined. They were told that their sorority was going to be notified about the drinking and the partying. So I could see where the younger girls, and let me know what you think about this. I could see where the younger girls wouldn't want to necessarily rat out the older girls because they're the ones that are old enough to buy alcohol and they're not. Thank you, Britta B. I appreciate that. So what do you guys think about that? I feel like my chat's not moving at all. Let's finish this out. See, I think that's Hunter that says, get out, because Hunter Johnson is the one that went in there and discovered him because Ethan was in front of the door. But my question is, why weren't they calling about Ethan? Why were they only calling about Xana? You know what I mean? Ethan's deceased, blocking the door, but they're only saying that there's one 20-year-old. And another thing, welcome, Trisha. Thank you for becoming a member. Why aren't my alerts working tonight? What's going on with that? There it goes. Thank you, Trisha Talks. But did they go upstairs at any point? Like, wouldn't you have, and I'm not being critical, I'm just discussing. I think we have to stop with this, we can't discuss it because they're survivors. I get they're survivors. But my question is, did they go upstairs at some point? And why wasn't Ethan mentioned after Hunter went in there if Ethan and Xana were in the same room? I don't understand that. I mean, wouldn't you run upstairs to see the other girls? But why wouldn't you go upstairs? I think so too, Trips. I think he did that. I think this is my theory. I think that Koberger was the one calling the cops on them because he knew that if the cops were there enough times, they would be reluctant to call if they saw something weird or if something happened. That's what I think. 727-755-6001. Let me know what you think. No, right. No mention of Maddie or Kaylee. It's weird, right? We got another caller. Let's see who we got. See ya.
Call from.
You are live on the air with Jay. Who am I talking to?
Northern Light.
Hey, Beans.
Hey.
What's on your mind, sister?
I get all up in my feels about this case.
Oh.
It's a tough one.
Girl, I don't blame you. I mean, it does for all of us.
Yeah. I'm kind of imagining, and I think I've heard it. I don't know if it was on one of your other podcasts or Court TV maybe, but somebody had thought maybe Ethan was behind the doorway. So like if you were to open it up, you wouldn't see him. Or if the door was open, he'd be laying behind. And maybe they only saw Xana. And because of what they heard going on the night before and thinking that they saw somebody, that's why they didn't go upstairs to check. They just wanted to get out of there. Because I think that they were outside when they made the 911 call.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does, but I don't think. Do you think they were all outside and then Hunter went back inside?
Yeah,
You do.
I do. I think once they woke up and saw Xana laying on the floor, they freaked out and were like, oh my God, what really happened here last night? Maybe we weren't imagining it and hearing things. And, because like for me, we had a house fire many years ago, and still to this day, I wake up in the middle of the night at every little sound, thinking it could be something major. So what if they just thought that their minds were playing a trick on them and let's just go back to sleep? Plus being in a drunken stupor state, that doesn't help. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And
but
then
I
when
think
they
they
did wake
followed
up
him
and
back
see her,
in, Beans, because when he's like breathing heavily and then he goes, get out, get out. You hear them like
yes,
run across the floor.
Yes, because the 911 operator told him to go check on her to see if she was breathing. So that's why they went back into the house. And Hunter told them to get out. Because at that point, but I am it does freak me out that they didn't mention anything about blood, because you'd think that there would have been, especially if it was leaking outside the way we saw, there would have been mass quantities of blood. They wouldn't have just assumed that she was passed out. I don't know.
I kind of feel
It
like
freaks
maybe
me
the
out.
blood was contained. Like if she,
Yep.
wherever she landed, like let's say if Xana, I don't know what position she was in when they found her, you know what I mean? Like her hair
Right.
could have been covering things.
Yep,
I mean,
I thought of that too.
and she could have been like, let's say she suffered stab wounds like in her front area and she was like on her stomach and it was just seeping towards the wall. Like I would need to know like
Right.
where they are. That's why all of this seems so weird, is because we don't have all the details still, even listening to the
Right.
audio.
And then another thing I'm kind of curious about. I mean, I know that early on they said that they cleared the whatever food people that delivered. What was it, DoorDash? But wouldn't you have thought? It seems like it was so close in time that maybe the suspect saw the food delivery and followed them in after they left. I mean, I still have a lot of questions about that too.
Me
The
too.
whole food delivery. It just seems so quick, close together. I mean, and what time was the girl supposedly out walking the dog? Was that right after they got home?
I think so. I think it was right after they got home. I think Kaylee took the dog out. I'm not sure if Maddie did. I don't remember. Does anybody in chat remember exactly? Oh, if they saw blood, they would have been screaming, and I don't think it would have sounded like it did. I think that maybe they thought their friend drank too much and died.
Yeah.
But when Hunter
what it
says
sounds
she's
like
not
to me.
breathing, he says it, and I'm not judging because I don't know what I would be like in that moment. But when the 911 is like, is she breathing? He's like, he doesn't hear her at first, and then he says, no, just no.
Yeah.
Like, no,
Yep,
like,
I
no,
heard
my
that.
God, no, she's not breathing. Like, it's so weird to me because we've heard a lot of 911 calls, right? Hunter says straight
Right.
up, she's not breathing. Why weren't they
Yeah, and I
freaking
think-
out about that? It was,
I think the way that he said it made it more final, and that kind of created a little, whatever you want to say, another shock.
yeah, it was coming in
people react
stages, Adam.
differently to tragedies. They really do.
Right? I mean, like Kay Miller said, butted up against the wall. Maybe it was dark in her room. She had black on, and maybe the curtains
Yeah.
were closed.
Right. And let me tell you another thing. I've worked in healthcare all of my life. I've had, I started out as a CNA, worked as a physical therapist assistant, and now I'm running a kitchen, for God's sakes. But anyways,
You're making
back in
them northern
2014
beans.
I am. Back in 2014, my husband had a cardiac arrest due to Lyme disease. And it happened while he was driving the car on our way home. And he's always been like he has an odd sense of humor. So when he jokes, it doesn't really sound funny. So for all the years, we've been married going on 32 years. And he's made comments before about if anything ever happens, just throw me in a ditch, that type of thing. And I'll be damned if while I was doing CPR on him in the middle of the frickin' highway, I was like, oh my God, does he even want me to do CPR? My mind was like racing 1,000 miles a minute. And even though I knew I was doing what I absolutely had to do, and thank God he's still here with me today. But what I'm trying to say is that your mind creates all these weird things in a split moment, and you're really not sure how you're going to react.
Sure. I get that. Yeah. I mean, it's total shock.
In a devastating situation. I couldn't get nobody to stop to help me, and we're right on the middle of a highway,
Right.
The trauma is real, and you never know how. You might think about, well, if that happens to me, this is how I would react. And we've actually, when I was going to school, we actually did scenarios. But when it hits you and it hits you like that, you just pray to God that he takes over and lets you do what you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell by
whatever.
Hunter's, his breathing, you can tell he's definitely not calm. But I think when he answers no, she's not breathing, I think he's in shock. It's got to be.
Yep, I think so. I that's what I'm assuming, is that he's in shock, and he probably doesn't want the girls to freak out more than they already were.
Yeah, I mean, if people think they're getting... Oh, sorry, Beans. Go ahead.
I just said that he was trying to maybe keep them a little calm and help. They knew help was on the way at that point.
Right.
Let's get them out of the house. Try to keep everybody calm, and then we'll figure out what's going on. But I do understand all the speculation too. There's so many things that don't make sense. There's only one person that knows the truth, and that's God and whoever the Kurt killer is. So we may never find out everything, but I just pray for their souls, pray for their families, and hope that we might get some answers along the way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for calling in, Beans. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'll get back in chat.
All right. Have a good night, babe.
Bye.
All right. Bye. 727-755-6001. The phone lines are open. I mean, I can't say that he wasn't freaking out, because he was. Listen to this.
Okay.
I mean, he's breathing hard and crying. Or that's the girls. He says, get out, get out, get out.
Call from.
Hey, you're live with Jay. Who am I talking to?
It's Army Mom Jay. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay.
What's on your
I have a
mind, girl?
question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, what's on your mind?
Do you think there was more than one person there that committed the crime?
Do I?
Yeah.
No. Do you?
No. Well, to me, it's just hard to imagine taking 4 lives by yourself without there being some kind of commotion, or if they were just so inebriated they were passed out and just overlooked the noise. It's confusing to me.
Well, I mean, we've seen other killers, though, that have killed multiples in one.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Ted Bundy did it in a sorority house with a log.
I actually had a coworker that had a run-in with him when she was in college.
Yikes.
And yes, he tried to pick her up. She fit the profile, but her friends wouldn't let her go. I said, thank God for good friends.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah.
spooky. I mean, to say that it couldn't happen, I think it definitely can happen, because it has. But I do get where people are, I think when Brian got arrested, him saying, oh, did you arrest anyone else? I think some people, think that there could be someone else involved and all of that. But I think that was just part of his game.
I just don't understand why people do what they do. But those poor girls, I just feel so sad for the other roommates. I mean, you never know what you'll do till you're put in that situation, and they're so young and so scared. It was just, I can't imagine that. They have to live with that for the rest of their lives too, and relive that day, and it's just so sad.
Yeah, I agree with you, girl. Well, thanks for calling in.
All right. You have a good rest of your night. I'll continue listening.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right.
Have
Bye-bye.
a good night, Jack. Bye-bye.
Such awesome callers. Thank you so much. 727-755-6001. Hey, Kendo. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. You think Xana surprised him and Ethan? So this is my thing. If Ethan was deceased in front of the door and they couldn't open the door. Oh, you did? Educated opinion? Well, let me play this. Wow. Educated opinion says, did anyone else hear a male dry heave before he told them to get out? Why would Hoodie Guy's parents pay and navigate BF? I don't even know what that means. 2-year-olds. 2-year-olds, aren't you? WSU, Kim. Stop. Stop with saying people paid for legal fees and there's some big fucking conspiracy. Stop it, Kim. Why didn't Dylan call her boyfriend but called her dad? Maybe her boyfriend came over, right? I mean, does her boyfriend live there? I don't know who her boyfriend is. Who's Dylan's boyfriend? Do you think BK chose and stalked them, or was it random? I don't know. I think he knew. I think he knew who at least one of them were. I don't know if they knew who he was. So BK was Papa Roger. 66% of you say yes. 34% say no. Why did she call her dad 15 minutes before the 911? Did she? Dude, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We have a lot of questions, but these kids are definitely going to get grilled on the stand. You know what I mean? They are going to get grilled. I think he wanted to commit the perfect crime and he found an opportunity in that house. Kind of. But then I also think that maybe Maddie was a target. I don't know. Someone says, poor Kaylee. They do. Well, let's listen to it. I'm going to pause the calls for a minute. So hold off on calling in for a second. And I'm going to play it with this filter on because it seems like you guys could hear it better. Let's see. I got to listen on my phone. So I'm going to mute.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. It's happening in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but you gotta go check. But we have to. It's just passed out. What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
No, yes, 20 here, 20.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay. Sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You talk to them, Faye. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello?
Okay. I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have it. I think so. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since she's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13, 2022.
Did you guys hear it any better that time? No, I think Hunter said, I can't talk to him. You have to talk to them. But you have to remember that this dispatcher wherever this dispatch is, they get tons of calls from college students. Like there's WSU, there's University of Idaho, and there's tons of kids partying, right? They get tons of calls, I'm sure. I can't fault the 911 operator for not getting freaked out. If they would have gotten freaked out, then people would be jumping on her for that. They're supposed to stay calm. I can't believe we're criticizing the dispatcher at this point. That's so weird to me. But I'm wondering, but Dr. Melma, we get all that they were in a panic and stuff, but the problem is, did they touch them? Did they move her? I mean, if I think my roommate is not waking up, I'm shaking her. That's what I think people are saying. Give me a call, 727-755-6001. I almost forgot my own number. Let me know what you think. Their job is to stay calm. Right. And it's like, if they didn't stay calm, then we'd be criticizing. I think that he wanted them to talk because she said, quit passing the phone around. So he was giving it back to the original caller, right? I don't know. You think they called before they saw her? Why would you do that, though? Why would you call before? I don't know. Let's play the very beginning again. What's her first statement?
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. It's happening in our house. We don't know what.
Something happened in our house and we don't know what. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Something is happening. Something happened in our house and we don't know what. That tells me they probably heard something the night before, right? Would you think that? Something is happening. Something happened in our house and we don't know what. Makes it sound like they heard something, but they weren't sure what the hell was actually going on, right? Okay, now let's keep listening.
What is the address of the emergency?
Hold on, let me turn this filter off so you guys can hear it all. I feel like it's blocking some of the noise out here. Okay, here we go.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
Okay, then you hear her crying. Like she knows that something bad is wrong. Like, uh-huh, uh-huh. You want to call in? Call in, Michaela, 727-755-6001. Taking your calls. Don't, something. Listen.
What is the rest of?
Right. What could she know was wrong? What do you mean she can't wake her up, Melmo? See, that's what I don't understand what you're saying. She can't wake her up. Did she move her? Did they shake her? Wake up, Xana, wake up. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm confused about. Here, let me go back. Don't, something. Here, let me slow it down a little bit. I don't know if it's going to sound weird, so.
The emergency.
1122.
Does she say don't, she's gone?
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
What did you guys hear? Let me know what you heard.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay.
You think she said she's blue? No, don't. She's blue.
What is the rest of the? What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
You wouldn't smell anything yet?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
What about Ethan, though?
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to.
Hold on, we got a caller.
From
Hey, you are live on the air with Jay. What is going on?
Hi, Jay. Sarah Luna.
Hey, Sarah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. What's
Good.
on your mind?
This is the first time I've ever called in to anything, but I did go to CrimeCon here in Orlando in 2023, and Joseph Scott Morgan did a panel on the Idaho 4.
Oh, you were there for that.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the video.
Cool.
Were you there when Ethan's mom stood up?
Oh my gosh, girl. That immediate tears, you could just hear like everybody gasped at once. It was just really moving.
I remember seeing that.
It was.
Poor lady.
But he did, his panel was actually interesting because he did show pictures of different people at different crime scenes. Depending on where on their body they get stabbed, depends on how much it bleeds. You know, obviously if you hit an artery, it's going to bleed more. So his theory was that they weren't stabbed in places where it would bleed a lot.
Right.
I just thought that was interesting.
Well, yeah, because everyone's saying like they didn't mention any blood. It's wild to me.
Correct.
So could it have just like they saw her face and knew that she was, you know, gone, but couldn't comprehend it?
Exactly. That's what I think. And they sound like babies. You know, they're probably scared to death. And if they saw somebody the night before, they're even more freaked out, you know.
They don't know what actually went on. Like I saw a guy, now she's not waking up. Something happened. We don't know what.
Yeah, exactly. And I see, like, Gray Pearl, you're right. It went out of the house, but maybe they didn't see that. They only saw Vanna, right? You know, I don't know. I didn't follow it.
That's what confuses me, too, though, is that Ethan was allegedly in front of the door. So wouldn't they have also known, like, we got two of the roommates are passed out and not waking up? That's what was weird to me.
Or maybe tunnel vision. You know, I don't know.
How come they're all zeroed in on Xana and no mention of Ethan? I mean, I get that the other two were upstairs, right? So that makes sense. But
exactly. Right.
That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel bad for them. They sound so scared, you know.
I do too.
Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me call.
Oh, thanks, girl. It was good to talk
Love
to
your
you.
show, Jay.
Aw, thanks, Sarah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, girl. All right. Whoever's call I missed, 205. If you want to give a call back, 727-755-6001. You can go ahead. So how do you explain them not mentioning Ethan? Maybe they didn't realize Ethan stayed over, but wasn't he in the bedroom with Xana? They couldn't see Ethan, but isn't that the reason they couldn't get Xana's door open? You know what? Yeah, see, that's what B said too. I heard the door was jammed because of him, so I'd look to see why maybe. You think Ethan was behind the bathroom door? I think Ethan was in her bedroom with her. It was dark in the rooms and everyone was scared about turning on the lights. Huh. Weird.
From
UA.
What's up, UA?
Yeah, okay, so I have questions. I know I don't want to be critical of this 911 dispatcher, but it's very strange to me that they're asking them to check for a defibrillator. First, that's just not a normal question to first ask in a 911 call. You first need to determine if they're even in a shockable rhythm, if they have a pulse, because, I mean, that's just, that's not the first question to ask. Then I think, too, regardless of how bad the house is going to smell, I've been reading comments, too. No matter how bad that house is going to smell, especially with two people, you're going to smell blood, I would think. And it's going to be an overwhelming smell of iron. It's a very hard smell to not notice. Okay, so that's another thing that stands out to me. When you hear them yelling in the background, I think they're saying she's passed out, she's blue. So that makes me wonder, did they not, did someone not try to wake her up or shake her? How do you know that she's, like I said, how do you know she had to pass out?
Well, that's what I was confused with, too. We're talking, are we missing some of it? Did they not release it all? Because they go from that to, do you have a defibrillator? And I'm like,
right. No, defibrillators don't help with alcohol passing out. Okay. So let's just get that out of it. You're asking somebody for a defibrillator. First, you need to find out, are they, like you first would say, can you, like, you're wanting to arouse it. Thank you, Ish. That's what I'm saying. Like, Ishy and I need links, like nurses here, okay? 911 doesn't ask, you're going to first ask for a pulse so you can determine whether you need to start CPR or not, or what you need to do from there. So first the 911 dispatcher should be asking if they can arouse them and if they can feel for a pulse.
I feel like we're
So
missing
that
that
was my
part.
point.
Right?
Yep, exactly. Right. So when she started to ask for a defibrillator, I'm like, that
request kind of came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, nobody I know of is going, especially you brought up that they're in a college town. If you're in a college town, you're going to, that is a very normal call to have somebody passed out with, passed out due to intoxication.
Right. I agree with that.
So that is a very normal call for a dispatcher to handle. And so, but I've never heard too of college, like in a college town, or expecting pretty much anybody, much less college students, to have a defibrillator in their house. It's just off the walls. Like,
well, they had asked Hunter if she was breathing, and he said no. So could
right,
that be why?
First, no, that's still not gonna help you with whether, like, to grab a defibrillator or not. It doesn't help you with the fact of, because the defibrillator is there for, like, you first have to ask for a pulse, like, and determine what they kind of identify the cause of what may have been the passing out. So
I've never seen a house with a defibrillator in it.
Like I said, this is just something feels there's just so many things that feel off to me on this call, but that was one of the first things that stood out to me was, why are we asking about this?
But what does that change? What does that change?
Well, from what depends on whose standpoint you're talking about. I'm just saying, that changes to me being critical of the dispatcher. Two, the fact that they're not. I also what it changes for me is the fact that you have that in the background. What I hear the other person screaming, she's passed out, she's blue, is, to me, it sounds like maybe they're hiding something that they would have known. Like, they have more information that they're withholding. If that makes sense.
The kids, or you mean not getting from
the
LE?
You're missing something here. Like, you're missing something in my head from their end too, because how do you know she's not arousable if you haven't gone in and tried to shake her?
No, I'm with you. I think that's what I'm left with this. And furthermore, why didn't they go upstairs?
If they can't get into the door because Ethan's blocking the door, then you have the problem of how they can't get to her anyways, and they're not mentioning Ethan as well. Lossie, that's not a normal question to ask. I'm telling you,
Well, maybe they thought that there was no chance of getting anyone to do CPR, so that's what they asked for. I don't know.
Well, you can't do. Well, the thing is, if someone is just passed out due to alcohol and consuming too much alcohol, you don't go to use a defibrillator on them because they have to be in a shockable rhythm first. So it can actually do more harm than good to use a defibrillator.
I don't know anything about a defibrillator, so I can't really say, but I am curious if they shook her, if they noticed any wounds or any blood or anything like that.
Three-way issue into this. I should three-way issue into this. You mean it?
Thank you for your super chat, by the way, Ishi. And I get what you're saying. I mean, maybe we didn't get the full 911.
Have you listened to the one that I sent you?
No. I don't know what one you
Okay,
sent me.
it's like 4-something minutes, I
Yeah,
think.
so is mine.
Okay.
Is it
The other
different?
thing is weird to me, Jay, is when I want to know what the time frame is where the person called, yes, twin thing, you're visible in chat, where they have Ellie come in and then they basically say, Ellie says, we've got a homicide. Because to me, that tells me if Ellie is determining very quickly, like if that officer is determining, basically walks in that room and can determine there's a homicide there, that tells me a lot more too. So I want to know the time frame between that.
Yeah, I do too.
Like,
I do too. I'm not against you. I'm just saying I don't know
right.
enough
I
about it.
I know you're not.
Like, I don't know
Like,
enough about it to say, but I do feel like there's some things that I have questions about as well.
So the thing is, like, did they basically, my thing is if that officer is able to walk in and call in a homicide, do we know what time he called in that there was a homicide?
Well, they had just gotten there. The cops had just gotten there. She asked about the defibrillator, and then the cop says, yeah, we have one. And then they hang up, and then it's a homicide when the cop goes
but then
to the room.
I'm looking at the documents that were released. Let's see. Let me find them again, because I was looking at them on my phone, and obviously I'm on my phone. Okay. So the documents, you have that officer that radios in to let them know that he thinks we have a homicide. How long after, when does he radio? We need to determine when he radios in versus the time frame of exactly. What I'm saying is it's very evident. If there isn't much time between the time that they arrive on scene and the time that they're radioing in, then you have a very obvious homicide in a very obvious situation. So that means there's something thrown off on that.
Maybe she thought they were in a dorm and she thought they had one there. I mean, we just don't know.
They're calling in 1122 King Road. They're going to know that's a house. That's going to pull up as a house. A defibrillator, what it does is, for those of y'all that don't know.
Right, but there's also fraternity and sorority houses which might have them in it too. I just don't see that as a big thing. I don't know if it's that big of a thing.
It is a big thing. It is a big thing because it could actually, it's a huge thing. Because what you're doing, it's used to, it's a huge thing because if you are using a defibrillator and they're in a certain rhythm, then that doesn't need to be shocked, and you give them a shock, then you're running the risk of really causing a big problem there.
But she didn't ask them to use it. She just asked if there was one there for probably first responders. Well, if they thought somebody was just
But a first responder is going to bring. They're coming in with that. They're coming in with the defibrillator anyways, just in case.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they don't have them in all their units. I mean, I don't know.
You're not running an EMS call without a defibrillator.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know why she asked that question. But what I want to know is why no one mentioned that Ethan was all in distress as well. Why wouldn't you go in there and then come out and say, there's two people in there? That's weird to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm also pointing out, too, by saying in the background, them yelling out that I think that they're yelling out, what I heard was, she's passed out, she's blue. So that to me is, how do you, if it's darkly lit, how do you determine that she's blue?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if that's what I heard for sure.
Can you, and then do we know what time the 911 call comes in relative to the call in for that it's a homicide?
Is there what now? Say that again.
The timing of the 911 call, so that we can, I'm curious to line up the timeline of like the start of the 911 call and run it to when they call in and compare to see how long they're like.
Well, it was 11:55. It was 11:55.
Okay, and when are they dispatching in that it's a homicide?
I have no idea. At the very end, when the cop gets there. Right?
Sherry, I'm pretty sure I'm fully informed on AEDs, but thank you for your concern. Or for your statement. I'm
going to pull up a diagram of where they were all found. I mean, as far as we know from the news, I mean, this is really all we have, unfortunately. Here it is. Hold on. Hold, please.
I mean,
okay, so right here. Let me get it lined up. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see that good. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Because see, like I'm pulling up the motion in limine, I guess, and the grand jury's transcript regarding the 911 call, and it seems like it's not very long after, but it doesn't. I wish it would give me a time on it.
Ethan and Xana were discovered murdered on the second floor. Okay, so this is... I'm confused at this map. Oh, that's the second floor? That's... Okay. We got to go down here. Well, where's the damn map? Hold on. Do you guys understand that map? Because I didn't understand that map.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's not. Yeah, I'm just saying that's the thing that stood out to me. But like, if we could get an idea, I'll be looking it up. But I'm gonna hang up and let other people call in. But I'm just saying, like, I just want people to know, if you haven't been to, like, if you never responded to a scene where there's a lot of, even, I don't know, I'll let Ishii say it when she calls in. All right, but
all right, thanks.
I'll try and find that for you, Jay.
All right, girl.
Look for it.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye. 727-755-6001. I'm trying to find the map of where they were found, and I can't seem to find anything other than like this, and it only shows the highlight. Oh, you guys can't see it. Jesus Christ, this is all messed up. Hold on. You are live on the air with J for J. What's up?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, this is Michaela with the Sunflower. Some know me as the Trail of Destruction. How's your day going?
Well, hello, Michaela. I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. I just wanted to drop in real quick. I have trying to rock my baby to sleep real quick, and I was just listening to UA, and I just, I listen to a lot of different YouTubers. I have always. You're one of my favorites, both your channels.
Aw, thanks.
Of course. I just want to say, so much love to everyone, but I want to know, why is everyone so bound and determined to make something out of something that's not there? And what I mean by that is, we don't know what happened. We're not going to know what happened in that house until this court trial happens. And until we have all the answers, I'm having a really hard time, trying to put words in these roommates' mouths and trying to make decisions or come up with an idea of what they were thinking or what they were doing. Because I truly don't think that any of us would ever be able to assume what we would do in that position until we were there.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that with a lot of background. I come from a law enforcement background, and I really, truly think at the end of the day, until you've been in those shoes, you're not going to know. And some of those kids, they might not have even seen any of the roommates. They might have just been going off of what someone else said. I do have a question about the amount of blood, but I think that maybe, they were in just such shock that they didn't have the words to say. You listen to that 911 call and you hear how frantic and upset they are. Those aren't normal kids trying to hide their paraphernalia, trying to get away with something. Those are kids that are terrified. Those are kids that saw something that no one should ever have to see.
I agree.
It just makes me sad, Jay. And it breaks my heart for them and their families and anyone else.
Unfortunately, you know what, Michaela's going to be worse is seeing the defense cross-examine them. Right?
Oh, I know. And try to rip them to pieces.
Yep. Because Brian's going to want them to come at him hard, right?
Oh, he can try. Let them swing as hard as they can. But you see what we have so far. It's going to, at the end of the day, all of the evidence is going to come out and we're going to see what happens. And it's going to be truly devastating, I think, either way. But I just want to say, keep on doing what you're doing. Keep listening to people. Keep coming out here with your ideas. Don't let people shut you down. Don't let other YouTubers get at you. Don't let BJ and her stuff. Don't let any of that get to you.
Oh,
you
hell
just keep
no.
doing what you're doing.
Doing my thing like a chicken wing over here.
Yes.
I appreciate you though, girl. What's your channel name?
Yeah, I have it under the Trail of Destruction.
I like the name. I mean, the name really caught my eye. I was like, this might be a girl I want to watch.
Thank you. I don't have any videos or anything out there. Unfortunately, I've been through a lot of stuff in my very short, young 30 years of life on this planet.
Oh, you're a baby.
I think I am. I've gone through a lot of things, and I really think that I maybe someday might want to start a channel to kind of help others and get maybe into a volunteering position, but I don't know. All the BS that's been happening lately on the YouTube streets makes me second guess that. But I think that there's a lot of people out there that could use help, and I really appreciate you doing what you're doing and having people's voices be heard. And I just wanted to call in and say my piece and tell you to keep doing what you're doing. And that was all.
Well, thank you so much. It was nice to talk to you, and thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Have a great day.
You too, girl.
Thanks.
All right. Bye. What a sweetheart. 727-755-6001. I missed a call from 404. 404, give me a call back. Thank you so much, Michaela, for calling in. Let's give Michaela some applause.
Call from.
It's Clue.
Hello, you are live on the air with J for J.
Hey, it's Clue.
What's up, Clue Boo?
Oh, nothing.
What's your thoughts, girl?
So, girl, I'm not going to give them all on here because I see the chat.
You're all right.
I'm just going to say.
You're all right.
I'm in true crime. Okay, I'm in true crime, and I'm going to question everything. What I find the most interesting here is Bethany is distraught. She's really upset. Dylan gets on the phone, and I don't get as much upset from her as I do Bethany, right? I also find it really interesting that the text messages that were being sent that morning from Dylan were both to Maddie and Kaylee, but when you call, your concern is Vanna.
Right.
They didn't try to text Vanna. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Now, I will say, hearing this call, I can see a situation where they didn't possibly see anything, right? Because there's a stairway, there's a huge living room, right? So they very well could have been standing back, right? And because you do hear him yelling for Vanna, and I think Ethan at one point, and I think he eventually was able to bust through the door, probably saw something. He's a man, right? He doesn't want those girls to be upset.
And to know everything,
because the way and the way he says, get out, is really indicative of they haven't seen anything, let me protect this, right? And
it
that
could
also explain.
Do you think that he's in the right mind, though, to think that? I mean, that's a lot of constraint to think about those girls in that moment when your best buddy is. But did he know that Ethan was there?
That's the thing. That's the other thing I was going to say, right? Outside of him, I think if he would have seen Ethan, he would have lost it, right? And there's a good possibility he didn't.
But the wild thing is, though, Clue, if he had to bust the door, would he have known that it was a body? That I mean, wouldn't right? He must not have known he was there.
His car's in the driveway.
True.
And it's like the way that they, like Xana's father, for example, explained that she fought almost to the point where her fingers were severed. And it's like, unless he walked into that room and she was facing the wall or something, right, and he couldn't see. But I mean, by the time you bust through someone's door, you would expect them to wake up. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
yeah. And if you look at the layout of the room too, like where they walk in, I know it's on YouTube, but where they walk in, like the bedroom door, it's weird, right? Because that blood was on the outer wall of the house.
But that's a generic layout. That's not the way that those rooms were laid out. That's just a generic floor plan.
Oh, it is?
And it's not accurate.
It's
not accurate.
Okay. That just shows the layout, not necessarily where the bed was.
Yeah, because if you look at
Maddie's.
What is it? Maddie's room, that bed was like up against the wall right when you walk in.
Right.
Which I think it is the right placement there, but
I'm saying the layout of the house is not even accurate because Dylan's bedroom door doesn't go into the living room; it goes into the foyer on the way to the kitchen, right? So there's some discrepancies with the floor plan in this image, but it gives you an idea.
Oh yeah, the door is in the wrong place, isn't it?
And they have the three. She wasn't in her bedroom. It should have been 3 and 4 in Maddie's bedroom.
Yeah, this is the only map I could find, and this was from, let's see what the date is, the Daily Mail, November 23rd.
I think it's because we don't know.
Yeah, this was early on. This was only a couple weeks after, so we didn't know at that time.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Yeah, we still don't know.
I don't think anybody knows where they were, other than the, parents or whatever, and probably Hunter for at least 2 of them. I don't know. I think my whole problem with this entire situation is you're not scared enough the night before to call 911, right? But somehow you sleep in that house for 6 hours, right? Then you wake up and because, like, you see a strange guy in the house, right? Strange person. Hear all this noise. If you look at the text message exchange, they were clearly scared. You sleep there for 6 hours without calling 911 after, mind you, all that loud noise, and then it has to be, I'm not being insensitive when I say this, but dead silence, right? It has to immediately go completely silent. You hear noise from 2 bedrooms, right? Upstairs and downstairs.
The dog,
and
too.
You don't call.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you don't call. But then the next morning, because you can't get an answer, you call. Before you even know something is wrong, did you go upstairs? It doesn't sound like it. Like, it's just, it's very strange.
Wasn't there a rumor that Hunter actually like climbed up on that roof and looked in the window because he couldn't get in the door first? Do you remember hearing that? That he got up on that little roof and looked in that little window into Xana's room? Did you guys hear that early on? Like at some point?
Mm-hmm.
And that he looked and maybe he saw Xana on the floor from that point, and then maybe had them call 911 because she wasn't moving. I don't know. I definitely need more of this timeline. Because
and I do, like, someone called earlier and said, or someone asked, why did she call her dad before 911? I have to agree with this. You're up at 10 o'clock. You're literally up at 10:30 on the phone.
And it's dead silent, like you said. It's still dead silent into almost noon the next day. No one's getting up. So my question is, with that, you don't even go upstairs to like check Kaylee and Maddie? Like, where the fuck are Kaylee and Maddie and the dog?
And why would you sit downstairs and text them when you, like, these kids ain't like me. They're young. They got energy. Go upstairs and see if they're okay. Like, you're just, and again, I'm going to say this for the 100th time. I find it very weird. She sends the last text message at night and she says, please answer. That's also the very first message she sends right in the morning time. How do you, it's almost like you knew she wasn't going to answer, but then the second message you send is, are you up? It's just weird. I don't know. It's weird. I'm sorry.
Weird.
I will never get over that. I don't care if I offend people, but I have a brain and I'm going to use it. But
okay, now let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. When the cops got there, right, we hear them arrive, the initial Moscow cops, and we read in the PCA that the dog was shut in Kaylee's room.
No. Nope. All the doors were open. Even the door to Kaylee's room, Murphy was sitting on the bed completely clean.
So they're saying that this dog didn't even bother to go down the steps. Like, it was open.
Correct.
I wonder if that's normal for Murphy.
Well, I've tried to tell people that, right? Like, if I'm wrong, then Ann Taylor lied in court, so take it up with her. But she said the dog was in Maddie's room on the bed, completely clean. Now, I will say
Kaylee's
this.
room, you mean, not Maddie's.
It's a fraternity house, a sorority house is where this dog spends its time, right? It's used to noise. It's used to commotion. If you watch on the body cam when the cops came that day and they were talking to Kaylee, like, they're knocking on the door. You don't see that dog run to the door and start barking. You literally, he walks up to the door. He kind of looks outside like, sup, bro? And he walks back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and he's also a golden
He's
doodle.
a golden
They're not
doodle,
very
right.
excitable.
I know, but you would think that it would have been scared, or maybe it was staying upstairs to be near Kaylee. It knew something happened. I mean,
I would think it would have at least went into the room. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, just moseyed over into the room.
I mean, a lot of times dogs won't leave their owner's side if they get injured or killed. They literally, like,
right.
I don't know if you saw the, oh my God, this is a really good example. The OnlyFans girl that stabbed her boyfriend. When they showed up on that body cam, they had numerous dogs in there. One was his, and she had like 2 Yorkies or some shit. His dog would not leave his effing side. Like the cops were trying to, and it wasn't a vicious dog. It was just, it was like clung to this guy. It would not leave. And they had to like physically try to get this dog out of there. So it's wild how animals will behave, So I think it's interesting that Murphy was just sitting there. Like, I don't know. It's just, maybe there'll be more details about the dog, but that's wild to me, even as a golden doodle. It's really sad to think about
I agree.
Murphy.
I do agree with that. And I mean, I've heard a story before. I can't remember who it was or where, but the guy was hiking and he got hurt and he died in the woods. And when they found him, his dog was sitting by his side, starving.
Yep.
Literally had not gone to eat or drink, right? Because he wanted to stay there. I don't know. I hope they have more that comes out in this case, right? I keep saying that, and people have forever with this case said, well, the PCA doesn't have everything in it. It's, it's just enough to get an arrest. But the problem is the stuff that we're seeing come out, they don't have more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's really weird.
My biggest issue is what they do have is I think, there's a lot of things and have been a lot of speculation about what they do have. And regardless of theories about what happened, the question for me has always been, can you prove what's in this PCA? Mm-hmm. And I think right out the gate, there were a lot of questions about it. And the more things that have come out actually disprove what they claim in the PCA. And I think that's a huge problem. And I personally feel like it's going to end up in a situation where nobody's convicted and it's an unsolved quadruple homicide that no justice is ever seen for. Whether Brian did it or not, I don't think that they've got a case against him that's convictable.
See, I disagree. I think they have a lot more that we don't know. At least I hope they do. But listen to this part of the PCA. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana's. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south side of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room, so they were in the same room, a male, later identified as Ethan, was also deceased with wounds, later determined, and then they redacted his autopsy. And then they followed Officer Smith upstairs. On the west side was Kaylee's room. And then it says, I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves, but it doesn't say that the door was closed. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This shared a wall with Mogan's room. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. So, weird, right?
Later noticed, and
right, probably when she was moved.
Right, and allegedly there may not be body camera of the sheath.
Well, another thing that I find odd about this is for some reason I recall this stating that Ethan was the door was partially blocked by Ethan, but I guess I heard that somewhere and it wasn't in the PCA.
I heard that too.
That's what, is it not, am I crazy? But
she just read that part about them going down the hallway to the
yeah, but I'm talking about blocking the door. Was it not Christy Gonsalves? I swear I just asked this on my show. Christy Gonsalves that said that, and people were like, yes, it was on an interview.
So it came from the Gonsalves, because we don't have any of that about Ethan's placement. That came from something else, right?
Right. So, and I'm going to say this. If they could see Xana from the doorway, I find it really hard to believe that Ethan was actually behind the door. I don't know why, but with that blood spilling out of that room onto the foundation or the outside, I feel like someone would have to be in the back corner of that room.
And you said you think they have a lot more that they're going to bring to trial, but I mean, they've listed what they plan to present, and everything they plan to present is in relation to purchases, phone records, camera footage, and this and that. So I hear that, and I can understand where that thought comes from, but now that they've listed what they plan to present, I don't really understand how we can say that there's more they have that's going to come out to trial, because I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do they have a smoking gun that we don't know about?
I hope so.
I mean, what if because we really don't know everything. Like, we know what they collected. Like, if you read the search warrant from PA, right? They got all those ID cards he had. What if he has the victim's ID cards? I mean, would that make you feel like he's got a little more to do with this than not? I mean, it could be something like that. We don't know what they have. Can you hear me?
No, I agree.
I
Yeah,
wonder
we don't
who's.
know what they have.
I want to know whose ID cards those are, because that could be something too. What else did they take out of his car? I mean, they did DNA. Like, I'm sure they did all that, right? And for blood, they
took a gun. The buccal swabs, even though that's not his car. They took the seatbelt.
Oh yeah, seatbelt,
which I find weird.
I think they took the floor pedals, the seatbelt, and a door panel, if I'm not mistaken,
and the headrest.
And the headrest.
So I'm wondering if he. I wonder what they could get from the seatbelt, because he bought that jumpsuit, right?
Jody.
If he took that jumpsuit off.
Look at Jody's comment. She said even the state has said there's no connection to them. He doesn't have their ID cards. The state has literally said there's no connection to him and the victims. Girl, it's wild. Like,
but if you think about it, if you think about it, like back in Ted Bundy's killings, when he went into the sorority house, there was no connection there either, right? Like, it was random.
I do agree with that.
So it
but
can
I
happen.
also want to point out. I do want to point out, though, there is a huge difference there. Don't beat me up. The other girls in the sorority house called 911. Just saying. Immediately, by the way.
Well, remember the other one, too, that kind of reminds me of this case. The Danny Rowling. Remember the Florida? He went into a sorority. His name's Danny Rowling, and he did the same thing. And the one survived, I think, and hid under a bed. And she was under a bed for like 8 hours or some shit before she came out. She was so scared. And all her roommates were dead.
I could completely understand that, right? I do believe that is what you call a frozen shock phase. A frozen shock phase, and I've said this from the beginning, is not literally locking your door behind you and then texting and then going somewhere else in the house.
Yeah. I mean,
that
lady was in the room when her other, you know what I'm saying? Like, she actually heard, and she was in the room as he was unaliving her roommates. So yeah, it's different. What I don't understand is the crying in the beginning, right? Why are you?
I know.
Like, it's catching me off guard. Like, it's not what I expect. And maybe I'm not expecting, I don't know. It's just weird, the like, crying. And then Hunter, when she says, is she breathing? And he's like, no. I mean, could it be shock?
I'm with
yes,
you.
but It's almost like they already knew that or something.
I'm telling you, like, the way they sound, like Bethany, right? She sounds literally just distraught, right? She does. Like, she sounds
How do you know that that's Bethany in the beginning? How can you tell?
Because, so here's the way I think. Bethany starts on the phone, right? And then at some point, a neighbor gets on the phone. Because she says, we live in the house to the right, right? Mm-hmm. Then Dylan gets on the phone and she says, if you listen really carefully, she says, hi, this is Dylan.
Oh, does she?
Yes. And she's, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know if it's a red flag for me or what, but she's immediately going to, can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
Yeah.
Like, that's literally what she says. But you hear her identify herself. She says, hi, this is Dylan.
I didn't catch that part. Huh. No, that is weird too. Can I tell you what happened pretty much?
Happened. Yeah, pretty much. Like,
now listen to this, just
okay.
as a reminder of the PCA. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. She stated she was awoken approximately at 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Short time later, she heard what she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, there's someone here. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was awake and using TikTok at 4:12. So she was awake and using TikTok at 4:12.
Which makes sense. She just got food.
DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, it's okay, I'm going to help you.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 4:17, the security camera picks up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a thud. Do you think that was Ethan? A loud thud.
Probably.
A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17. The security camera is less than 50 feet from. Okay, so the dog can be heard barking. I wonder if the dog went downstairs and went back upstairs scared.
Well, I mean, if the door was open, the back door, right, he could have gone outside.
Yeah. God, that's so chilling to think about. And then, ugh. So she said she opened her door the third time after she heard the crying and saw the figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She said 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past her as she stood in a frozen shock phase. And then she locked herself in the room. She said she didn't recognize him, and that's when they think he left.
And he looked at her.
She made eye contact with him, right? Or did he not see her?
She said, no. She said he looked at her, and she was confused why he didn't come towards her.
So what do you think? I mean, if you're sus of this, I'm curious just to take it a step further, just for, discussion purposes. What are your thoughts?
I find it very interesting that Dylan seems to, she's made the statement herself, I think, in her interviews. She didn't know if this was real or something she dreamed. When Koberger was arrested, she Googled his what is it called? Perp photo, whatever. What's it called?
Mugshot?
Mugshot.
Yeah.
And she didn't recognize him. And it's like, I don't know. I find that strange, right? Like, I feel like that's something, if you're frozen shock, that's a face that you never forget, especially once you found out what happened to your friends that were in the house.
Did she say she didn't recognize him, like she had never seen him in the community or anything? Or was it like
I said that
from
wrong.
that night?
She did not recognize him as the person she saw, right?
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, her documented description that she gave during the multiple interviews doesn't really align with, being ironclad. And does it create suspicion or questions about her? Yeah, but for me, my biggest question is with the law enforcement in this situation. And I see, I think it's Tripp's True Talk, keeps saying, or he said his question is why. So people think that the FBI and Idaho State Police would cover for these girls, but why? But that's not what I think. I don't think anybody's covering for anybody. I think it's a situation to where, personally, I see they were in a rush to get an arrest, and based on the latest round of filings that have come out, they claim that they weren't even aware of Brian Kohlberger until December 20-something when they got the IGG, when they got the IGG back.
No, they knew of him before that. They knew of him when that...
Exactly. They knew of him on November 29th, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, from the WSU guy or whatever.
Right.
So when
the hometown hero.
When I consider that, and then I consider the fact that they've said they have no intention of even mentioning the IGG in trial, but then in that same document I'm referring to where they say that they didn't know about Kohlberger until the IGG, I have to ask the question that why in the transcript of Brett Payne's testimony does he say that the FBI never gave him the IGG and said that the DNA on the sheath matched Brian Kohlberger? They simply told him Brian Kohlberger is somebody whose DNA should be looked into.
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to believe that all of this happened around the end of December, and at the end of December, they've built the case in time to arrest a guy they didn't even know anything about. And I see that, and I go, you rushed this for whatever your reason was. I think you rushed it.
I hope you're wrong.
And I'm just going to...
I really do. I hope you're wrong.
I do too. I want to see the right person punished, you know what I mean? But
right.
To all the people in the chat who keep saying they don't have anything to do with this, how do they prove this with him? So far they haven't proven anything with him on paper. And I'm just going to say, watch Making a Murderer. Watch some of these shows where you see people who are exonerated after spending years of their life in prison. It happens.
It does. It does. I mean, it doesn't. It happens less times than they get the right guy, but that's
true.
I hope
it does happen.
I hope they have more that puts all of this together instead of feeling like we're getting pieces.
So the only thing I will say to that, right, and I get that hope, and I hope that's the case too. But then I look at, and I didn't follow this case, but I did kind of watch the trial as close as possible, but the Richard Allen trial. I don't recall any real big bombshells coming out that absolutely implicated him.
For sure, there's no bombshell in that case. Fuck no. Even the DNA on the bodies didn't match him. That was really weird.
So, but, and I mean, when I look at that, I say, well, there may not be any bombshells, but there may still be a conviction. But then I have to look at what's been done by the prosecution and the state in this situation. And there have been documented lies. Like, there's no other way to say it. They have said one thing and then said another thing that completely contradicts what they said prior to. And I don't know how that's legal. If that were anybody as a citizen, they would be, charged with perjury.
Right.
And I'm afraid that it's gonna end up being a situation where he is in fact the guy that did it, but because they rushed and played messy games, that he's going to walk.
Well, I hope that they didn't fuck that up.
Me too.
Mr. Jeff H. put out enhanced with Adobe audio of this 911 call.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm going to play it. If you guys want to, I don't know, do you guys want to?
Oh, I'll mute.
Yeah, just go ahead and mute. I'm going to.
Or you want me to go? Somebody else can call in.
No. I want to.
Too much of this.
I want to play it, and then I want to. No, you haven't taken too much
Okay, I'll
time.
mute.
You're fine. Just go ahead and mute. All right, let's play this.
11:55.
This is Jeff H. If you're not familiar with Jeff H., I will throw the link up in chat. He has a lot of videos on Idaho.
42, 2nd, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Oh, hold on. I have it slowed down. I got to
Something
fix that.
happening. Something happened to the house. We don't know what.
What is the address?
11:55 a.m. 42, 2nd, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened to the house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What? 3731.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to. Did you pass out? What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20 here.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
Bethany, Delon needs you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello?
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have it. I can see it. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
So are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13, 2022.
Clue, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I heard in that one that I didn't hear before was where the cop actually says unconscious, not breathing.
Yeah.
In the background. And it sounds like whoever is holding the phone is in the same room or very close because you hear the radio like doo-doo.
Yeah. I think they were outside when they first called, honestly, because they say we have to go in and check. I'll go in with you or something like that. But you can't hear. So you can't hear. I didn't hear that Dylan part that time. But if you listen, because when you like clean up audio, it'll get rid of not like crystal clear things or whatever, if you will. And I swear that's what I hear. She says, "Hi, this is," and then it's very muffled, but she does say Dylan. I can tell the first one is Bethany. That's her voice. I can tell by looking at her.
Yeah. She's like, we have to. And
I think that's Dylan that's saying that, because didn't you say you heard her say something like, "Bethany, come on, we have to go look"? At that point, Dylan is on the phone.
And the cops were there quick, too.
I just told him that, too. I swear, because I was trying to call in before some long-winded, probably Alabama grad called in. But
oh, God, when you heard her calling, you probably thought you'd never get a chance tonight.
Yeah, now I'm taking longer. But anyway, I was like, I want to know where those cops are. I know that Moscow is a small town, but 4 minutes, right? Wouldn't it be about 4 minutes? However.
Yeah, I think it was 4 minutes. It was quick.
I don't really find that
well,
strange.
no, you know what is weird, though? No, you know what is weird, though? Is that wasn't the first one to arrive. He was at the office, the Moscow police office, which was right around the corner. Because he did an interview. He talked to, was it Howard Blum or Bloom? And he was doing desk duty. Yeah. He heard the call, and he was the first one on the scene.
Yeah, but in fairness, some of the things Howard Bloom put out have already been proven to be straight
BS. Yeah.
Based on what we've seen lately, it's not real.
Miss Deanne, your mod, that's a mod, she said this is Dylan. I'm telling you, it is in that recording. You can hear her say that.
At what point is it? Because we'll play it again. I'll scroll through the transcript while we play the whole thing.
She takes the phone, if I'm not mistaken, from the girl that obviously lives next door, right? I know, I saw that too, True Crime for You.
Where she says, "Can I just tell you what happened," pretty much?
Yes. So I'm pretty sure that's when it is. Because, yeah, she's the one that says that. She says, "Can I just tell you what happened," pretty much? Like, she absolutely says, "This is Dylan," but you're going to have to do the cleaned up version.
Just the raw version.
Yep.
Okay, because I'll play it again and scroll through the whole transcript so we can follow along as we do it. I hear, and someone said they heard Hunter say something like, "It's Ethan," or something like that.
Well, that's on the transcript. If you scroll down and look, it shows where it says, but it has Evan in parentheses. And I think they just misheard it, and it is supposed to be Ethan.
Oh, I thought Evan was, Where is this top part? There's another E name here. Where is it? EA. Or is that Emily?
That's Emily. That's Emily. I think we could be wrong. Because we don't know who was there. You know what I mean?
Well, you're right. I thought that Bethany or Dylan called someone. Where does it say where she called her dad? Where's that?
That's in the text messages.
Oh, this is the wrong document. You're right. Okay.
But
so
see,
she
says,
called someone named Evan, I think, in those text messages.
Really?
I could have sworn.
She called EA. She called EA, the person that's mentioned in this document.
Well, when she called her dad, she called someone else too, or texted with them. Or was that Jay?
Yeah.
That was Jay.
No. Jay texted her, but she did call EA.
And that's Emily, though. Okay. I was confused then, I guess.
I think.
I'm trying to see if I still have it on my computer. I do.
Because some people have said they had a neighbor called Evan. I don't know.
All right, this is one of them. That's not the one. I've got all of them, though.
Yeah, that's it.
That doesn't have the E on it, though. Shit.
Are you sure?
Does
it's
it?
in the writing at the bottom. Yeah, so if you scroll down
that's
past
just a
the text
screenshot.
messages-
That's why. I just have screenshots of it.
Oh, okay.
Fuck. Yeah, I don't
Well,
have
I'll
that.
get off this phone.
Okay.
So someone else can call in.
All right, thanks for calling in,
do
guys.
You want me to email you the paper that has the text messages on it?
Yeah, if you can. If you have it handy, that'd be
Yeah, I'll
great.
find it.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, see you, Clue. See you,
Bye.
Cletus.
See you.
Bye, guys. Thank you to all our callers tonight. Thank you for calling in. I do want to do another run through of this and then pull up those text messages. Let's see here. What was I going to do just now? Oh, yeah. We were going to play the 911 call. Let's play the one, not Jeff's, but the regular one, which, let me see. Right here. Mine has no edits in it. This is unedited. There's
11:55.
I didn't do shit to this one, okay? So this is raw, unedited footage or audio. And then what we're going to do is we're going to follow along with the transcript, if you will. So let me pull up. And I'm going to try to keep up and scroll through it, okay? I'll try to. For 4 minutes, keeping me on task is not an easy feat. But let's do this. All right, let me turn that off and turn that off. And Niners Girl, welcome to the Clicker Crew. Thank you for joining and becoming a member tonight. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to do one call through. Or one walkthrough of this. If I can get my mouse to work. Come on, Buttermouse. Okay, here we go.
5 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
Okay, let's stop right there for a second. So Emily says, one of the roommates who's passed out, she was drunk last night. She's not waking up. And then you hear one of the girls in the background go, "No, we saw." And then she says, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night." I'm going to rewind that part.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently?
That's the part where Clue says she hears her say, "Hi, this is Dylan." Hold on, let's listen again.
Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone.
I think she's right. Did you hear, "Hi, this is Dylan"? Listen to it.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
I don't, but yeah, she said, "Hi, this is Dylan." Did you guys hear it? Okay. All of you guys did hear it. "Hi, this is Dylan."
4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now.
God, I wish she would have let her say after the 4 a.m.
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone...
What was she going to say, you guys? Yep, she did say, "This is Dylan." Yep. You got it, Clue Boo.
Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, you gotta go check. But we have to.
So do you think that at that point, Emily had gone in the house? Because it doesn't sound like Emily even had gone inside. I know, Diana. I know. Oh, I know. I want to know what she says. She said, "Come on, Bethany, we have to go check. We have to." Emily is the next door neighbor. So Emily gets on the phone and says, "We live to the right of them." And it doesn't sound like Emily is all very much concerned. Like, Dylan's literally, you can hear the girl, Dylan or Bethany, sobbing in the background. And Emily is just very like, "Yeah, she got drunk and passed out. Oh, yeah, and they saw a man in their house." It's weird to me. I mean, I'm not going to lie. That is kind of weird to me. All right. Here we go again. Oops, I help if I press play.
I really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed.
Wait, hold on. I want to go back to where she introduces herself. Oops, I went way too far. Okay, here we go.
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay, and is that a house or an apartment?
Sorry.
It's a house.
I went way too far.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
We can play it slowed down next.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out,
And she was drunk last night and she not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you. What's wrong?
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
I thought that was Hunter breathing, but then he's way in the background saying, get out, get out. Who is that breathing? Must be Dylan. That must be Dylan breathing.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you. What's wrong?
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20 here.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You need to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13, 2022.
I no mention of Kaylee or Maddie. Is that what the whisper was? She's not breathing? You think he says someone killed her? Excuse me. Oh, it's awful. Okay, we're going to play it one more time, slowed down just a little bit. This is unedited, because if people take out the background noise, they're going to obviously take out some of the things that are said in the background along with, any kind of noise. So enhanced audio isn't always the best in this situation. So here we go. This is 0.75 speed. One more time. Here we go.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2000.
I have headphones on.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to.
So do we think they're going inside right now? And the dispatcher is not even able to get to the question she asks, is anybody with the patient? They never even got to the point where the dispatcher got a fucking yes or no. Like, I've heard so many 911 calls where they're like, okay, are you with the patient? Yes. Okay. Is there a pulse? Is she breathing? No. Okay, I'm going to need you to start chest compressions. Do this with me. We're going to count together. I mean, we've heard it 1,000,000 times. It's wild. I think the 911 operator was annoyed because she needed one key person to go to the patient and start doing this. Like, I don't know. Wild. So do we think they're going outside or going inside now to check?
She's not waking up.
Okay.
Do you hear Hunter? Xana. I think he says Xana, Ethan, or something. But they're like, okay, she's not waking up. Okay. I need you to start chest compressions. Oh, Spivey, I know. It does. It hits close to home. Was he knocking, saying, Xana, Ethan? Let's see, Clue. Let's rewind it a few seconds.
She's not waking up.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He's knocking frantically, guys. Holy shit. He's like, do 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 do. Santa. Yes, I hear it. It's like do 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 do. Yep. Listen again, guys.
She's not waking up.
Okay. One moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Good Lord. Oh, I've got chills down my spine. So Xana's room door was shut. He's beating on the door. Sounds like the caller is at the end of the hallway.
What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay. One moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hold on. We're going to go back because I think that's where they say Evan. Where did they say poor Kaylee? Hold on.
Okay, and how old is she?
Wait, let me go back. Poor Kaylee? Or what about Kaylee? Something Kaylee. Something Kaylee. Or Kaylee. Where's Kaylee? Or I don't know. We should warn Kaylee. Oh my God, you're right. We should warn Kaylee. Do you want me to slow it down more? It's going to sound creepy. I'll try. your super chat. Sorry, I had to pause it for a second. We should warn Kaylee. Hold on, I'm getting a drink out of my little mini fridge that I absolutely love. It sounds like Warren Kaylee to me. Thank you so much, Crimes, for your super chat. Let me read it. Something is wrong, and I want to know, is Evan the driving them? What? Is Evan the driving them? Is that him there breathing? Who's Evan? The driver is Eric Gower. I know she does have good hearing. I got shit in my ears, Clue. Should we warn Kaylee? So does she think they're just sleeping up there? Like, is it quiet when you're upstairs on the 3rd floor to hear downstairs? Could Dylan have thought Xana and Kaylee were the ones fighting each other? Why would she think that? This is at 11:55 the next day. Mm-hmm. Warn Kaylee, but not Maddie. That could have been Hunter breathing. Do you think that's the cop that says get out? I don't know if the cops are there yet, y'all. Here, let's rewind it and play it again. That's too slow for me. I can't hear shit with it that slow. We're going to have to speed it back up to 0.75. This is chilling. He says get out. Get out, get out, get out. I heard Ethan too.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay. Sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not the cops. Cops weren't there yet.
You need to talk to them, say. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 second, November 13th.
Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11.
Wow. You can hear a radio. Well, no, the dispatcher is also dispatching the cops, right? That's what you hear. The cops don't arrive until right here. When she says, "Do you have a defibrillator?" and he says, "Yep," I think they're back outside. Do you think they're back outside? This is really weird. The first officer on the scene was a male, I can't remember his name now. Gunned. Hold on. So they went back outside, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find my video really quick. I could have sworn I did a video on gotta get a gun. Shit, I'll have to find it later. But it was Officer, let's see, Moscow Officer Gunned. Where the fuck is he? It's taking me to Russia. This is him. I believe this is him. Hold on. No, that's Gunderson. What was his name? The first guy. Wasn't it Gund? Gund. This is Gunderson. This is Gunderson. I don't think this was the guy. It was the guy with that big mustache. Officer Gray? He's on the Brady list, whoever that guy is. Remember, we looked him up? Philip Gray. There's two of the officers are on the Brady list, remember? It's not Gunner. I thought it was Gund. So Brent Payne and Officer, it was Payne and, God, what was the other name, Diana? I'm having a brain. Yeah, Gunderson was Stickergate, yes. So the first officer on scene is on the Brady list. So it was Payne, and who was the other guy? The one that was in the body cam. Oh, Shell Bell. I know. Are you guys going to make me look it up? Because I cannot remember his name. I know somebody knows. Blaker. Yes. Blaker and Payne wrote the PCA. That's it. Sergeant Blaker. But the first one on the scene is this Philip Gray, and he's on the Brady list for Idaho, which means, and that's because of Stickergate, I think. I think he lied under oath in a testimony or some shit. Scene of Idaho student slayings was somber. Police arrived at the rental house to find friends and neighbors gathered outside. They were crying, and some of the young officers who had never handled such violent crime scene faced an emotionally draining task. The scene wasn't chaos, said Moscow Police Captain Roger Lanier, oh my God, we did a deep dive on all these people years ago. All right. So Roger Lanier, who was the police captain at the time, who has since retired, worked for the police department in Lewiston. Now, Lewiston is where Brian Koberger drove down to and went to the Albertsons and stuff. So Roger Lanier was actually got into some trouble down there with another case where a man was holding a toddler or a baby and was tasered, and the baby suffered brain damage. Well, Mr. Roger Lanier ended up retiring and then became the captain of the Moscow Police Department. So make that make sense, right? That's how they look out for their own. That's how they look out for their own. And I have videos all about this Roger Lanier and the shit in Lewiston. So, the small police force scrambled. This is him right here. This is one of the first ones on the scene, right here in the doorway. He was doing desk duty. He heard the call, and he said that he got up and responded to the scene. Clue, I'm telling you, I'm not saying there's not some corruption going on. I think that the University of Idaho is corrupt in their leadership through and through. Through and through. Okay, I will in a second, Alabama. Let me finish this article. So he says the scene wasn't chaos. The neighborhood was very, very somber. The small police force scrambled for an all-hands-on-deck response, which Lanier said included calling the Idaho State Police to help process the scene. But the lack of a suspect and concerns of an ongoing threat only amplified public attention and a growing demand for safety assurances from LE. Let's see. Oh, remember when the mayor called out James Fry? So on the morning of November 16th, 3 days after the killings, Moscow Mayor Art Bedke emailed Police Chief James Fry to ask him to respond to reporters, even if it was with a no comment at this time. And he said in an email to James Fry, "I fear the lack of direct communication is proving to be a problem in reassuring the public and keeping the media from blowing this story up through rumor and supposition." Huh. Fry told Bedke he had asked the Idaho State Police for help in responding to media inquiries so that, quote, hopefully it goes smoother in the near future. Moscow police have since set up a communications team to handle reporters' inquiries. That includes a state police spokesman. How many times did we see a state police spokesman? Hardly. Let's see. And then they said there was no threat to the public, which was fucking weird, right? Lanier said investigators, including dozens of FBI agents, are continuing to prioritize and sort through tips from the public. And then remember the car that was in Oregon? Remember the white Elantra? They did today? When crimes today? How did Court TV find where he had been at the restaurant they worked at? No, Dylan's mother doesn't work at the university. No, she doesn't. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Is that true? Dylan's mother? Really? For real? Why'd she call her dad then? Because her mom and dad aren't married, are they? All right, let me open up my call line again. Let me open it up again. I mean, I only follow like what we know, so I don't know all these things that aren't proven like through court docs. All right, the phone line's open 727-755-6001 Alabama if you want to call up, if Clue you want to call up, if anybody you want to call up. Go ahead and call up. Give me a call. It was today or yesterday. Is there a video, Crimes?
From.
What's up? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm like, is it my
you
end?
You don't got to believe me, okay?
Okay,
but I'm telling you right now. So
Drop
you remember when they came out with that article and they showed Dylan walking outside of her house?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just figured out why me and UA might get along. Okay. I literally went on Google Maps and drove down every street in Boise, Idaho. It took me 2 days to find that house.
Wait, say that again? You threw me off with the UA comment.
I took my little man down the streets of Boise, Idaho, and found the house that she was in front of. I found the little planter that they showed. I found the little fence.
Oh.
I found her house. Her mother absolutely works for the University of Idaho. I might be a psychopath.
I thought her dad, though, lived in another state. Is that true? Because I could have sworn that he lived in another state.
Nope,
no?
He does not.
Well,
he has a stepdad.
None of them live in Moscow.
No.
Idaho. They live in another part, right? I'm not gonna put all their business out there, but they don't live in Moscow.
It literally took me 2 days to find this house because you can ask Beyonce. He was sitting beside of me working, and I'm like literally creeping down. You know how you can press the button and go forward?
Oh yeah. No, I believe
And
you.
then-
I'm shook. I thought that photo was when she was out to lunch with her parents or something.
You're talking about Vanna.
Mm-mm. No, I'm talking about that picture of
No, I
Bethany
don't-
where she's like running. I thought she had
Girl,
went out to eat
like-
or something.
I have like pictures of Dylan as like a kid.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, like I dug into her. I just didn't know her mom worked for the university. What does she do there?
I'd have to go look her up.
Yeah, that's been a minute.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at that in a
I
minute.
thought her
But
parents were divorced
now,
and
I
her
will
dad
say
was out of
this.
state.
She worked, well, I won't put all her business out there, but she does work for the University of Idaho, but they don't reside in Moscow. I'll just email you. How about that?
No, that's cool. That's fucking weird. Because you know what else I found that was weird? Now, kind of switching from the girls. What do you think about that driver?
Girl, that she texted him
Mm-hmm.
4 minutes, what was it, 14 minutes after he drops off, Haley and Maddie, Dylan text him to find out
If he's still driving? Yeah. So do you know a lot about him? Because I dug into that dude.
I dug into him too, and I didn't put his business out there because I remember I think his like wife was pregnant or something.
Well, she works for the Moscow PD.
I know.
Yeah. So I never put their shit out there either. But when I heard that she texted him after 2 a.m. just to see if he was still driving, like that's fucking weird to me. Like he's
and you didn't go anywhere.
Well, and did you
But
know
you
he
didn't
also
leave.
works for the university?
Yeah. Like I'm telling you, girl.
And
like,
he handles.
I know when people.
But he handles the department like where he goes to high schools and he helps like low income, like people at high school get into this college. So could he have like met Maddie? You know, because she was probably the one that would maybe get, you know, more help through school because of her parents aren't married, all that stuff, right? So could he have known them through that? I just think I don't know.
Possible.
I'd like to know more about him. I wonder, I mean, obviously he'll have to testify because he was the last one to see the girls alive.
Yeah.
Well, I think the two biggest people are going to be Bethany and the DoorDash driver.
Yeah, I agree.
Because with the photos that Ann Taylor put out, that she had to have been provided by the prosecution as how they put the car at the home. There's a problem with that because it doesn't work with the timeline that they gave.
Yeah.
So with that issue, they're going to have the DoorDash driver testify because they said the DoorDash driver delivered around 3 a.m. Well, the photo that she presents is what they're saying is Koberger's car at 3:56. So at a minimum, the DoorDash driver would have had to have encountered him.
Oh, for sure.
Well, maybe that's the smoking gun.
And it may be.
It could be.
Yeah, I mean, he may have a witness, right? But I don't know. I'm sorry. I know people are like,
well, Clue.
Don't question them. And it's like, no, I absolutely am going to, because you're looking at a college that rakes in millions of dollars. Like, I deep dived this freaking case so much that I even started like suspecting the president of the school.
Oh, I got down that hole too. I got down that hole too because I was on Google Maps one time looking at the president's residence, and there was a red Jeep in that fucking park in that driveway, and I was like, is that Ethan's Jeep?
Man,
like what?
Forget the Jeep, dude. He was at the fraternity 5 days before this happened. 5 days. And might I add, I'm just going to throw this out there for you people who do like a tinfoil hat. The University of Idaho had so many students starting that they were literally housing these students in a motel, okay? This gets deep, okay? How about this house owner, right, donates the property to the University of Idaho? All of a sudden, the house next to it is sold, and I think maybe one more. I'm just saying, if you need more housing,
yeah, because all those guys own those fucking houses too. The same owners. They own like 3 homes, or it did, and then they just like
they don't now
gave it. So they sold all the houses in that hood. Wow.
On the same day at the same time.
Yeah, and
to
those
the same
guys.
person.
I looked into those guys too, and that whole thing is fucking weird too. Those 2 men.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking really weird. I don't know. There's
like,
a lot. There's a lot of shit.
I won't ever. Yeah, I won't ever stop. Like, I'll never not question this case. I just won't.
Well, that's why I'm hoping it'll make sense once we hit the trial, right? Like, I want a story, and that's what I expected with Delphi. Like, I was glued to my TV every night for updates because I just wanted to hear the story unfold, and it didn't. It didn't. And I hope it's not like that for this. You know?
I agree. Because I can tell you right now, if I was one of these parents and I was looking at this case and what you have on Brian, what you've shown so far, no way.
Right. I mean, it's one thing for the parents to be convinced, like, oh, yeah, we think they have the right guy. But that's half the feat. You got to prove that shit. And I just hope that they can. I mean, if they have the right guy, they shouldn't have any problem proving it's him. Right?
I agree.
I guess Court TV has put out some new stuff. I'm going to go through this video. Thank you, Crimes.
I'm a little less suspect. I got no lie to tell once I heard her say that, it's either should we warn Kaylee or we should warn Kaylee. After hearing that, it does make me a little less like, okay, because that's weird that you would, I don't think that you would be that forward thinking, right, to say that. But I do think that maybe it sounded like Dylan, so I'm comfortable with thinking it was Dylan.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, Mimi said maybe they'll build a dorm there. It was kind of funny because I went back and looked a while ago, and the name that was on Google at the time was some apartment complex, and I was like, what? Already? Like, okay.
Should we warn
Poor
Kaylee? But why are
downtrodden.
they just now thinking about Kaylee? And warn her about what? Like that they're coming in, that the cops are going to be coming in the house? Like, what would you warn her about at this point? Like, wouldn't you have been warning her last night? Because last night, Kaylee said, there's someone in here. And then she heard crying. And then she heard a guy say, don't worry, I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Right?
There is another possibility that actually would explain some of the question about that morning. So I had thought, based on what they had told us in a press conference, that the 911 call came from inside the home from one of the roommates. It sounds like it came from outside the home. They had also said that the girls were, the two surviving roommates, had been asleep on the first floor. I think it is possible that they were not even in the house. That when Dylan, Bethany told her to run down here, when she got down there, they may have absolutely left.
True.
And if that's what turns out to be the situation, then it just I think that cleared a lot of that up.
I have a really hard time believing that if you didn't sleep there the minute you got inside, you would go check on them.
Well, that may be why they called 911, because they couldn't get an answer. They knew their cars were there, but they couldn't get anybody to answer.
But you wouldn't go in?
I mean, it's adults. Maybe not, right?
But you live there.
I understand, but you hadn't lived there long.
Maybe.
Well, you know what else is weird? Back to the driver. Kay Miller just reminded me. Remember, he's the one that produced a Taco Bell receipt as his alibi. Did maybe Dylan ask him to get her food?
Well, he said he got Taco Bell and then went home, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. To his wife. I don't know. Something's something hasn't set well with me about him. I don't know why. I'm not saying he did anything. Maybe it's just that we don't know, that whole story yet. But I don't know. We've got a DoorDash driver. We've got a dude who works for the university driving them home. Then we've got Dylan texting the university guy that drove him home to ask if he's still driving.
And I mean, I could see,
is that normal
her
for them?
I could see her running into Kaylee and Maddie and being like, "Oh, who drove you?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And them telling her Eric, whatever, right? But the problem is, so were you going to leave? And if you didn't leave, were you going to get food? And why didn't you get food? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What was the purpose? And again, like someone said, that could have been, low-key slang for, can I get a 20? You know what I mean? Like a bag. I don't know what they say to do that, but you know what I mean. Some sort of rugs.
What time was the DoorDash delivery again?
4 a.m. Around 4 a.m.
But Dylan texted that dude just after 2, right? Right after Kaylee and Maddie got home.
They got home at 1:56. She texted them at him at 2:10. 14 minutes later.
So I wonder if they all talked when they got home. Like when Kaylee and Maddie got home, that's another thing we don't know. If like Kaylee and Maddie went directly upstairs because we know the dog was taken out. But did they all talk? Where was Dylan and Bethany when they got home? Where was Xana and Ethan when they got home? Like, did they all converse in the kitchen and then go their separate ways? It's because we only got like, oh, they got home at this time. And then by 4 a.m., they were all in their rooms asleep. Remember, that was like in the PCA. By a certain time, they were all in their rooms and asleep. But we don't know what was done before then. Because then we have the calls to Jack.
Yeah, 2 something.
So Dylan's texting, what's his name? Eric.
And they're
calling Jack.
Yeah. Girl, it's suspect. I'm telling you. Like,
it's so weird.
And I could also see a situation where it's just complete chaos, right? It's a freaking sorority house. Like, I've had roommates and didn't tell them everything I did.
And then Xana was on TikTok. Do you remember that weird comment that was made where Xana's last post, she put Queen? Remember that? She commented on someone's. Yeah, she commented on someone's TikTok. It was like her very last post. Do you guys remember that? In chat, and she put underneath someone's picture, she put Queen with a crown, like calling the girl a queen or something. I don't know. It was weird. Stella Moore.
I do remember that.
Stella Moore says, was Eric the one who gave the tip? What tip?
Yeah, what tip?
They text the driver because he left. He write the caller? What? I don't understand that, Rich Buddy. Jack, Queen, and King. Yeah, that's weird. The tip about BK? I thought BK was found by the miraculous WSU cop. Wasn't that how it was all found out? Right? He broke the case. He found the Elantra in the parking lot.
Yep. Yeah. 2 cops, actually, on the same night.
Yeah. They didn't have nothing better to do, so they were just searching.
Looking for white Elantras.
It was on TikTok, 4:12 a.m., Queen. But at 4:17, right, the PCA says that Dylan hears, don't worry, I'm going to help you. Who the fuck was that?
No, 4:17 was the thud.
Oh, the thud.
And a whimper on the security camera.
Oh, okay. I don't have it.
Which is crazy, because that's literally 5 minutes after they say she was on TikTok.
Right, unless it was just open. But she texted, like she typed that. So at 4:17, she's typing a comment. That's fucking weird.
Wait, so that comment was at 4:17?
That's what Misty Ann said. It was at 4:17. I didn't double check it. It was a young girl dancing. The comment Queen is not odd for that age group. I mean, I guess it's just wild that she was leaving a comment at that time. Like, you got DoorDash. I mean, was she eating and like on TikTok? Like, Gower.
I wonder what that told.
Stella says Gower said his wife did not like Brian. How did his wife know Brian? That's weird.
So this is something, so this is something that's never made sense to me, because I remember a news agency coming out and saying they talked to this driver person and he lived right beside of Brian Koberger.
What?
And when I looked up, yes, I remember this. They're not crazy. What I remember when I looked at this dude, he does not live in Pullman. He lives in Moscow.
Right.
But I remember an article like that where they were talking about the driver, but I don't know if maybe they were talking about the DoorDash driver. Either way, they said one of the drivers was Brian Koberger's, lived right beside of him, basically, is what they were saying. And I think the person who said his wife didn't like Brian was Brian's neighbor at his apartment.
But you know what's weird? Look at what I just found on Reddit. It says in one of Steve's interviews, he said that the driver was a family friend. Then in another, Olivia claims that she tracked the driver down. Which is it?
Yeah, why do you have to track down a friend?
Right. And,
yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
Oh, here it is. The Idaho Uber driver speaks up.
Well, new details this morning out of Moscow, Idaho, where police are investigating the murder.
Okay. We'll play this in a minute here, but let me switch my window. Yeah, so there is an interview with him. I guess News Nation did it, but this is Good Morning America reporting on it. And he says there was nothing strange. All right, you want to mute? I'm going to play this real quick. It's only 2 minutes.
Okay.
Of 4 university students. News Nation speaking with the Uber driver who gave 2 of the 4 victims a ride home the night they were murdered. This is families of the victims are enduring a holiday with loved one missing and police remaining tight-lipped. Alex Capriello live in Moscow with the very latest. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, Kelly, good morning to you. I spoke to that rideshare driver who presumably was one of the very last people to see both Kaylee and Maddie alive. He shared new details with me, including the fact that he was the one who turned himself into the police. His firsthand testimony is helping us build additional context about this case.
News Nation tracked down and spoke to the Uber driver who was likely one of the last people to see Idaho murder victims Kaylee Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan alive. In an exclusive conversation with the driver, who asked to remain anonymous, he says he knows Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana and shared what he remembered about the ride, a drive he says he thinks about every single day. I have a very good memory, the driver tells News Nation. I wasn't followed. There was no one there. There was absolutely nothing strange about that street. It was just a normal night on Greek Row. He says Kaylee and Maddie were not nervous or apprehensive in any way. The driver turned himself into the police days later, sharing his GPS coordinates and alibi, critical evidence to prove his innocence.
Part 17 of the Who is Rebecca Schofield series is a major key as well.
Meanwhile, the very first lawsuit has been filed related to the quadruple murder. Rebecca Schofield, a professor at the University of Idaho, is suing TikToker Ashley Guillard for claiming she orchestrated the murders, hiring a student to sneak in and kill the 4 victims in their sleep. The TikToker, a self-proclaimed internet sleuth who uses tarot cards to solve crimes, has posted dozens of videos garnering millions of views from her 100,000 followers. In the lawsuit, Schofield's lawyers say her reputation has been tarnished and she has suffered extreme emotional distress from the constant public attention.
And over the past few weeks, we've seen Moscow PD draw a hard line when it comes to spreading misinformation and false rumors. So I asked them whether or not they were aware of this civil lawsuit. They said they know about it, but at this point, they're not sure whether or not they plan to pursue criminal charges.
So not a whole lot from him, really, other than this one statement.
Yeah, but I do find it interesting.
Yeah, especially since he turned himself into the police.
Well, for one, days later.
He
I'm
said,
just gonna say,
I have a good memory. I wasn't followed. There was no one there. There was absolutely nothing strange about that street. It was just a normal night on Greek Road.
Yep.
And
that's the thing that gets me.
And
no
he
one
knows Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie. They didn't say he knew Dylan or Bethany. So is that the same guy that Bethany freaking texted?
Dylan.
Dylan.
Or Dylan, I mean, sorry. Is that the same guy?
Well, yeah, that's him. And it's weird that they say Uber driver when, what far as we know, he was a private driver.
Right, like working for the university, like Safe Rides or whatever, right?
Right.
I mean, that's how I took it, was that he worked for the university, like doing just the students driving, like for them.
Right.
But they do say ride share at the top, but then down at the bottom it does say Uber.
Right. Well, they said the Uber driver that took them home, right? Which maybe they call every driver like that an Uber driver. But
right.
From what I understand, he was a private driver, is what the way they make it sound, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It's just weird. How many days later was it?
I know, like, immediately in my head, I'm like, enough for like scratches to heal or something, like I'm all.
Well, yeah, I want to know how many days. What was he driving?
Before or after? Well, that's what I was going to say. Was it before or after they started asking for information about White Elantris? Because that was December 10th, if I recall.
Yeah, but you would think days later I'm thinking like 3, not a week. You
yeah,
know what
I was
mean?
thinking within 3 days. Yeah. But do we know that there wasn't some kind of like uneasy feeling about something? Like, we don't know. Cause like, remember, Steve said that Kaylee's Bluetooth was messed with in some way. And then he mentioned, remember like the TV, you could see the TV and it said no signal.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe there was something that they felt uneasy about, and maybe this guy knew it, and that's why he says, like, I wasn't followed, because maybe he was looking out for them. I don't know.
I always just looked at the TV saying, like, no service, as if they've, like, disconnected their router and things like that to see if anything hooked to it, right?
Oh,
and then it really
after
wouldn't
the
have
fact,
any
you
service.
think?
Or, yeah, because that photo was taken, like,
When they were
during
in there
the
investigating.
processing.
Mm-hmm. And you know what,
Right.
though, Clue? They focused a lot on, like, if you looked at those photos, they focused a lot on, like, that living room area where they're like taking pictures,
Mhm.
looking down. I thought Ethan might have been in that room at first because they were like taking pictures of something. It looked like that was maybe on the floor.
Well, girl, have you heard? Okay, so let me just pop your head open real fast because you went down this road, I know. So they found on, I think it was a glove outside of the house, they found blood,
Mhm.
and that blood came back to someone they were able to verify has 4 brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Brent Kopaka has 3 brothers.
So does Steve Gonzalez.
And so does Steve Gonzalez.
Well, I thought that's not how I took that. I took that as the blood was not, they didn't identify anyone with that blood, but I took the brother thing to be part of the genetic genealogy, the IgG, that when they were trying to get Koberger's DNA and track it down the right way, they ran into these brothers and they called them up and they said, hey, do we have your permission to keep going with this tree? Can we use your DNA and go further? And they said, no, don't call me again. That's how I understood it. So that's why they went the backdoor route with the IgG. But I could be wrong. Because that glove that was found, you know who found that, don't you?
No, that's not that one. This one was one in the back of the house.
Oh, I thought it was the McDonough glove.
No.
No.
I don't think Kopaka has anything to do with it. I really don't.
I don't either.
But I did hear that it was I'll have to go back and find out. I think it was in that last hearing that somehow it came out after that they had to stop with their family tree doing it the correct way without, using people that are opted out. and they came across these brothers that were in like a distant family tree of Brian's, and they asked if they could use their DNA and go forward, even though they were opted
and they
out.
said no.
Yeah, they were like, we're investigating this murder or whatever, and they were like, no. And they actually said, don't call me again. Like, we're not changing our mind.
Do you remember who was presenting that? Was that the prosecution or the defense explaining that?
You know, I'm going to have to look it up, and I'll email you, because I don't remember offhand.
The reason I ask is because if the FBI is the one that did this and they destroyed their records and couldn't produce it to the defense, then how does the prosecution even know what the issues were?
Right.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that real quick.
Oh, and there's also blood on the railing going downstairs. An unidentified male.
Yeah, I did hear that. But, you know, that could be any of these people.
Weird.
Like, all these people in that house, though. Like.
Bro. I'm sorry. That's weird to me. That's just weird to me. You know what I mean? Like, this, for all intent and purposes, massacre happens. There's blood on a glove outside, on a railing inside. And it's like, what?
Yeah, telling. That's what I was saying. He is on the website. He's employed by the university as a program director. And if you look, it's like I don't know what they call it. It's for like underprivileged students that don't, have the money to get into college and shit. And he actually visits the high schools.
Kim Watts, they ran it, I think, to get the sex, right? Wasn't that, they could get
gender, but that's
as far as
something, there was some issue with them entering it in.
It's in those new transcripts. That's where it was, Clue. They released one of the IGG, the hearings that were closed. The judge actually unsealed the transcripts to that whole hearing. It's like 200 pages. Or more than that. But here's an article about it. And it says, the hearing, which was closed to the public, came after defense attorney Ann Taylor claimed investigators acted inappropriately when using investigative genetic genealogy to try to isolate a suspect. And then they go on to say what IGG is. And then it says, the defense's attempt to get a judge to suppress the IGG evidence failed. Detectives learned Koberger's name only after genetic genealogy. And they say a lead detective in the case, Brett Payne, said he didn't hear Brian Koberger's name. This is what Cletus was saying. Didn't hear Brian Koberger's name until December 19th. And that was a result of the investigative genetic genealogy that was being undertaken by the FBI. We had a phone call that evening and we were told Brian Koberger's name. And then
that's a problem.
That's definitely a problem.
That is a problem for the prosecution because Brett Payne is also the author of the PCA, and in that PCA, he absolutely contradicts that because he says they received the name Brian Koberger based on the WSU police department running the plate of the White Elantra.
Sure does.
And it was on November 29th, if I'm not mistaken.
Here's your handrail. The defense asked Payne about a blood spot on a handrail going between the second and third floors of the home. Labbed, so the second and first. So that would be the railing going to the front door, not the railing going up to the bedrooms.
Oh, the same route that Dylan took? Just saying. I'm just saying.
Between the second and first floors. Yeah. So that's the front stairway.
In fairness, that's the route that everybody that was there that morning would have taken as well when whoever it was saying, get out, get out, get out.
Sure.
Saying that, right? So,
if they were in the driveway, they would have went out that door for sure. Yeah.
But there shouldn't be bleeding.
No, but if we have to assume somebody that went in that room
touched blood.
We have to.
Yeah. No,
so
I
they
agree.
never tested it. That's the thing. So it says it was linked
Right.
to unknown male B. Defense asked Payne why authorities didn't immediately search for the identity of unknown male B. And he said, at that point in time, we had already received Koberger's name. So you mean to tell me on December 19th, they hadn't tested that DNA yet? A whole month? That's
Girl,
weird.
I'm
to
telling
me.
you, like,
That's
if
weird
I was
to me.
Koberger, yeah, you darn right. And let me tell you, if I was Koberger and there's other blood in that house that ain't mine, you're not about to shoot me. That's not happening. Like,
So
I
listen
think,
to
and I
this.
think Americans
This is a quote
should
from
be
Brett
upset.
Payne. So if memory serves, the discussion was, we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying,
like that.
girl.
I don't
Well,
like
right.
that.
That right there is quite frankly an admission of you at that time. At the time you wrote that PCA, you did not know that the perpetrator was Brian Koberger, and you still don't.
Nope.
Because what you listed in the PCA does not conclusively place him at that home. And you didn't know. You didn't do any other
But then it
testing.
says here, though, Cletus, it was not clear from the transcript whether the detective pursued the identity of unknown male B at a later time. So they could have already done it. We just don't know. That transcript didn't say.
Yeah, well, they're saying that it wasn't clear. So what they're doing, this is mainstream disguising what's in there to keep you from reading it and just assuming that he didn't say it. When
True.
the fact is he absolutely answered
You're right.
the question and they didn't. Yeah, it's gaslighting.
I mean, I'm sorry, but knowing that they lied in the PCA, that's a problem for me.
Yeah,
You've
I don't.
got a probable
Yeah, I don't
cause.
like that either. You shouldn't have to lie in a PCA. And I didn't like how
Right.
Blaker's and Payne's were like identical, except for just a couple different sentences. Other than that, it was like copy and pasted.
And do you want to know one of the biggest sentences that has always bothered me about that PCA? Is they changed one important thing to me, and that was what time Bethany saw Xana and Ethan.
Say that again?
And they changed, if I'm not mistaken, what time Bethany saw Xana and Ethan.
Really?
Well,
I think one of them excluded it, the other one left it in.
Right. I think Blaker actually took his out.
Right.
And
Payne left it in.
that's so funny. Everyone's like, caller.
Oh, I agree, caller. Excellent point, caller.
I like it. I'm anon. You know what I want to know? I'm not trying to go down no rabbit hole or nothing.
Oh, no, not at all.
But is one of them unknown male DNAs maybe, a fire stick person?
A fire stick person.
Mm-hmm. A chef, really good with knives.
They get mail orders that if they don't like them, they can return them within 30 days.
Yeah, wash the knife off and send it back and they restock it. Like the neighbor, Enon Harsh.
Oh, Lord. That is a
I'm
rabbit
sorry,
hole.
I have to ask. It would be the perfect crime, dude. You get a knife box in the mail, right?
Well, and at the end of the day, the point ultimately is that I think, if people just look at it for what it is, and this is just the way I see it, I think law enforcement fucked this up. I don't think they did an investigation. I think they tried. For whatever reason, when it got close to the end of the year, they rushed it, and they made an arrest with the most easily convictable person they felt that they could get done in Moscow, Idaho, without finishing the investigation. And when you look at that and just see that for what it is, it creates that problem where there is endless rabbit holes because there's all this DNA that was untested and there's a lot of possibilities. But at the end of the day, it comes down to ultimately why did you not test the rest of this and build a ironclad case against this guy?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they may have an ironclad case. We just don't know yet. That's why I'm excited for this trial. I do love these discussions, though, because, I mean, is there a lot of things we don't know, or do those things not exist? Like you said, do they just not have it? Is it going to
Girl,
be?
we're debating. We're debating so hard going to the trial.
I know you said that. I just remember how Daybell's went, though. It was really hard for people to get in.
He does have bushy eyebrows.
What's with these pictures that Dylan has on her walls? What was that all about?
It's all eyes and eyebrows. And she's also admitted to having lucid dreams where she's chased and...
Before this or after?
No, before.
Oh, okay. I was going to say after would make sense.
Girl, you ought to read the paper of her description of all of her interviews.
Yeah, it's been so long. I haven't talked about this case in so long. And then I go back and I look at I have like 400 and some videos on this shit. It's like we need to go back.
Me too.
Back through them, and revisit shit. But I think a really interesting one is actually going through those transcripts. I don't know if you guys did that, but I would like to do that because that IgG thing is sus to me. Sus.
Oh, yeah.
They like Othram, right? I'm not saying anything bad about Othram Labs. They have really solved a lot of cold cases, but they did not do any, from what I understood from those transcripts, they didn't like show their work to the ISP. They were literally working on phone calls, and there's no paper trail of anything that they did on that DNA. I think that's fucking weird. You would expect a company
BS
like that.
That is.
Yeah, I mean, a company like that to not document and like have documents behind that just going off phone calls. That's wild to me.
No, it is. It should concern everyone. Like, I mean, I'm not joking when I say that. Like, I've done 23andMe. What's to stop them from coming into my house in the middle of the night one night and saying, oh, we found this whatever at this place and voila, we got to you, but we can't show you how. Mm-hmm. What? And someone said the Guns offices are letting YouTubers stay with them for the trial.
That's weird to me. Like in the same Airbnb?
That would not happen.
No, I thought their whole family was going. Like they were taking their kids and stuff. What YouTubers? Do we know?
I don't know, but that's weird.
Dude, that's really weird.
Well, and if you read the PCA, like I had an argument with Beyonce and Sarge, right? Because the PCA literally says it's the father's DNA, the way it's written. Do I think it's just crappy writing? I do, but it does leave a question in my mind.
We went through the Brian's dad. Trust me. You can ask anybody who went through Idaho 4 with me about Brian's dad. I've always thought it was fucking weird. He invited
like
Drunk Turkey
again?
Show.
What?
That's what Noel just said. He invited the Drunk Turkey Show. He was here earlier. I don't think he's still here, but
yeah, I saw that he was in the chat.
That's weird. I saw that Ethan's mom is rethinking going to the trial now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. When they said they were like adamantly, she's like, I don't think of anyone could represent Ethan better than us. Maybe she sees like, I don't want the media speaking for, what's going on or what we, want to have our own thoughts in there. I don't know. I would definitely want to be there.
That.
I would want to be there for sure.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like, you would want to know, I feel like, firsthand that they've got the person that did this. I remember in the beginning, Steve Gonzalez, like, he was questioning it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like he's like got any questions now, right? Maybe they know more than we do.
Well, maybe, but then they were sitting there complaining about what they don't know and how much, lack of information they were getting. And their lawyers was like saying the same thing, right? Like he wasn't getting much. Miss W says the caller is very smart.
Oh, thank you.
And no, I mean, now that we've talked it through, I don't think there's a lot of people out there. When people think you're blaming Dylan, I don't think you're blaming Dylan. I think you're questioning everything. There's people out there, though, like that are dead set that Koberger didn't do it. Not just questioning it. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference in saying, he's definitely innocent before seeing all the evidence. But to question it, I think is perfectly fine. I think
I'm not sitting here saying he's innocent, right? But I feel like a lot of times you see on this platform, right? Like you would have a group of people that would sit there and say all day, Leilani is a victim. Her son is missing. You know what I mean? And it's like, at the end of the day, she wasn't.
LA says,
like, we don't.
This caller is the
We
goat.
don't know what. Not really, but you know what I mean? There would be a group of people out there who would be sitting there saying, don't victim shame Leilani Simon. And at the end of the day, she wasn't a victim.
Right. Well, I think she kind of is, though. But you have to draw a line somewhere. Because, her mom, like, OD'd in front of her. Like, she's got all this trauma from her mom, like, being a druggie and prostituting herself and all this stuff. She's fucked up from that. But where do you draw the line, right? Because a lot of people have childhood trauma and they don't kill their kids.
Right.
Kind of
but
like,
I mean, just in terms of that crime, right?
Right.
Like she wasn't a victim of her son going missing. He was
the victim of her, right?
Right. And it's like, I try to keep my mind open. Like people, even in Sebastian's case, they're like, "Oh, you're so pro privacy," and I'm like, "No, I don't know who did something, but right now they're saying no one did anything."
I just can't. I don't know about the DNA, even though it's a small amount, it's still there, right?
On the railing?
No, on the knife sheath. On the sheath.
That's another thing too with that. I'd have to know where, girl, because if that button is brass, right, which the majority of those knife sheaths are brass buttons, you have 2 hours to get your DNA.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when they got that DNA.
Well, they couldn't have got it within 2 hours because it happened. They slept for 6.
But how would they get Brian Koberger? But regardless, the DNA led back to Koberger, and his DNA's on there. But he doesn't know them?
Maybe.
There's no connection? Like,
maybe.
How would it get there?
But that's the bad part, right? Maybe it did. We don't know because they don't have the paperwork that shows it led back to Koberger.
Right, and that's where they're going to be in a whole mess, is with that IgG. They might have been better off throwing it out, to be honest, because the method that they went about getting it was sus to begin with. Because it proved...
Well, and I'll tell you what...
It brought out that whole thing, like, that if you opt out, it doesn't matter because the FBI doesn't give a fuck. So
No, they don't
really
care.
the American people don't know, because unless they're following this case, that really kind of popped the lid off their little backdoor IgG shit.
Crimes have consequences. DNA lasts longer than 2 hours. You're right. Not on brass, it doesn't. Look it up if you don't believe me.
On brass, the time span is only 2 hours.
Correct.
I don't know, and it was a small amount, but they do have it leading back to Koberger a different way.
Yeah, they do. The buccal swab matches the sample
on the sheet
they took off the knife sheet.
So,
but you know what's scary, Jay? They can make DNA. They can literally, I did a show on this during this case. They can literally manufacture DNA. Your DNA. They could literally copy and make your DNA.
But why would anyone want to frame Koberger specifically?
I don't think they did. I'm just saying. I think his DNA.
But there
is
are
there
people
for a
who
reason.
think it was planted, right? And I just don't know why he would be framed. Some people
I don't
think
either.
he was
I don't
framed.
think he was framed. I don't think he was personally. I just don't.
I don't either. I just don't think the part that's always bothered me, and now it extremely bothers me since they've made a conflicting statement in their filings, is if you had his name on November 29th and he had the car that was within the year model that you're looking for, why didn't you go get a search warrant for him to collect his DNA? Or for that,
Stereotypically,
right,
correct, like you did other people.
Collect it off the doorknob at his office or off of the desk at his office.
Did he clean it?
There would have been so many
But did he
places.
clean it before he left? Did he plan this
They didn't
so
try.
well?
They didn't try.
No, they didn't. But I'm just saying, like, I asked that back then too. Like, why didn't they get it from places they knew he couldn't get rid of it at? But the weird thing
they did
is,
other people.
the weird thing is his dad. The whole thing is
girl,
weird, dude.
no.
His dad is weird. Why would you fly out there to drive it? It's weird. And then their pullover. Did you find that to be weird? I found that to be fucking weird. The
I
whole
think his
shooting
dad
thing, like, oh,
yeah, I'm not going to lie. His dad in that whole stop by the cops acted a little more nervous than Brian did to me. Because he starts talking about the shooting at the college.
Yeah, it was really off-putting to me. His dad, I don't know. There's weird things. There's weird things.
No, he's weird. I mean, just looking at him, right? But that's an unfair thing to do. I look weird. But still, I don't know. His mom was like that. Remember his mom was like writing about Bundy?
Yeah, I think they're weird.
To not kill him.
And then his sister was in like horror movies where people were being chased through the woods with the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. And they live in PA. She's an actress.
Oh, gosh.
I can't.
Jesus.
I really can't.
When are we going to find out that they had a YouTube channel? Or actually TikTok. One of them had TikTok, has to.
Or possibly Nick the Hat was part of their DNA they did.
Facts and Truth says, what is so important about the August 22nd stop? Why won't they say anything about that stop? It's a good question.
Of him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because it's in the PCA, they've got to put that in there about because, you know, in terms of their evidence that they're submitting, because that is part of it. And I think it's because they reference that stop, and they mentioned that they referred to his ID to match the description. But see, there again is where I have an issue, because the way they wrote the PCA out, they built a case, and they even stated this in court, that the IGG had nothing to do with them investigating him.
Right.
But it absolutely did, and they've admitted that now, and that's why I say, like, there is a huge problem for the prosecution in this.
Wait a second. Did you just say August 22nd?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At 10 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, at that intersection to the northwest.
Hold on a minute. I think I'm tripping.
Why?
That could be a way that Koberger's DNA was in that house. Because is that not the day that the cops went there and told them to shut the music up?
I don't know if that was August 22nd. Was it? There
It's
was
on a box.
something.
It's on a
I know there was we went through the Moscow like news blotter, and there was something that happened. Was that the knife night where the kids were on the trail and they were threatened by the guy with the knife? Do you guys remember that one?
No, here it is. Hold on, I'm
remember
looking
the
for
kids that were on the trail and they were threatened with a guy with a knife and he took off on a bike?
Yeah.
I thought that 911 call or the body cam was in September for some reason. 8/5 and 9/1 were the dates for the body cams. 8/5 and 9/1.
9/1. Okay.
They took his cell number on that stop, which is odd. Yeah. I wonder because that was county sheriff that pulled him over, I think. Whitman County.
In Moscow?
He was pulled over, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then there.
Oh, that lady. It was a woman, right? A woman cop.
No, I think it was a man. The woman was the one in Pullman. There's no body cam of it.
Pullman.
This is the one we don't know about.
But the 822, I thought he was in Moscow.
He was. That's the one that there is body cam footage of it. They
won't let it out.
Yeah, but it hasn't been put out.
Right.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me see something. I think that's the knife attack night. Is it August 23rd? So on Monday, here's the police blotter for Monday, August 22nd. So we have at 2 a.m. Do we know what time Brian got pulled over? Did they say that?
10 a.m.
On the 22nd?
Yep.
Okay. So this is what we have on 8/22 at 2:48 a.m. We have campus security heard a loud crack noise. Unsure if it was firework or gunshot. Just heard one. Unable to locate, no report. Then we have a domestic on Almond Street. Parking problem. Officer responded. White and brown van with power cord hooked inside a building. A theft. Someone stole yard sale. So, okay. Okay, here's a disorderly male yelling and screaming at kitchen staff. This is at 9:03 a.m. Because I was trying to figure out if like something happened where they were alerted to him to pull him over. Aw, thanks, Diana, for your super chat. She said, thank you for this amazing Friday stream. Male yelling and screaming at kitchen staff. This is West 6th Street. Then we have at 9:08, malicious mischief. Reporting party vehicles keyed overnight. Traffic hazard. 9:18, a semi-truck is blocking the lane. 9:40, 300 block North Howard Street. Just says officer requested case report taken. Mischief at 9:40 on Howard Street. 9:42, mischief. Suspicious person, 9:53 a.m. 900 block of Travoy Way. Complaint of suspicious male. Officer advised no report. And what time did he get pulled over? 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess since we don't really know where there was a suspicious person report taken at 9:53, complaint of a suspicious male at 900 block of Travoy Way. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but he was pulled over 7 minutes later. I don't know if it's related. It's kind of weird though. Because he was actually detained in that one, which means that he wasn't arrested, but that they actually took him out of the car and put him in the cop car. And for what reason, we don't know.
I don't think that's necessarily what that means. That just means that they were citing him, right? So when they stopped him, they were technically detaining him.
Did he get a ticket though?
If I'm not
I think so.
mistaken, he did.
Do we know what it was for? Because that would tell us, like, was it speeding? That would tell us, like, why he got pulled over, right?
Well, I agree with you two bad actors. They said he was a shitty driver. And I do agree with that. Like, you get stopped twice in Indiana on your way back to Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm not going to lie. That almost makes more of an argument that it was probably him, because they said he tried to park and couldn't.
Did the 3-point turn.
Yep.
Oh, Kendo, oh my gosh, Kendo, thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Thank you.
Kendo has supported the stream using J4J Live. You're the best, Jay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Clue.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's almost more of a whoever was out there dancing around in front of them houses, obviously, maybe wasn't the best.
Then we have that whole body cam of that night, too, you guys. Remember? Where the boys are in the field and they're getting, like, questioned by the cops and supposedly
I was just talking about that.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to find that freaking article about that knife attack. Or threat.
No, because what I find really weird, like, I did an entire video on those cops because I don't know, they're just really suspect to me. They just are. The inside of their car, if you look, is like, it has chrome trim, right? Which you would not find in a, like, cop car.
Mm-hmm.
And they almost look like they wave someone down. You just have to watch it, and because I put it in slow motion, they pull into that parking lot right there at that one apartment complex. There's only one way in or out, right? And there's a car that drives straight towards them, and then they cut their brakes off. It's like they parked right beside of them. The cop waves at him. He parks right beside of him, and then the cop pulls out and goes after those kids in the band field. It was super weird.
Yeah, I remember that. It is weird. Listen, this is the vandal alert. So this was on September 12th. So this is after his pullover. They issued a vandal alert September 12th about an assailant armed with a knife. If that's not fucking weird that a month later they get killed with knives. The warning, described as a threat with a knife, reported that a group of students had been walking through the campus when the man threatened them with a knife. The Moscow Police Department received a report that a group of students was walking between the steam plant, parking lot number 14, and the Student Rec Center on Paradise Path and were threatened by a person with a knife. The assailant was described as a white male, 18 to 22, who was dressed in all black. Oh, 2 months later. Sorry, not 1 month, but that's weird, huh?
I mean,
it's fucking weird, right? It's kind of like,
what do you think?
Ironic. And remember the dead dog? Oh God, Buddy. Or
Oh,
whatever?
Buddy.
Yes.
Yep.
And remember, you know what else I remember? The frat house at Ethan's frat house. Remember there was a report in the blotter that a dad had dropped off his son that Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And there was like a brain on the
Yes,
dumpster. Remember the fucking brain?
Yep.
Oh, I was so disturbed by that brain. I was like, what the fuck? I think there
just
was
like
some
sitting there
funny.
chilling. That's weird.
There's some funny business that was going around that campus before this happened. There was like so many calls of suspicious people. I know there is a lot of them anyway, because I went back before it happened to kind of compare to see if the activity picked up, and it did. There was a lot of suspicious calls and like people thinking someone was in their house. Yes, there was.
LA just pointed out. LA pointed out that those cars are hybrids. Girl, I went back to like where they show you as like the city what they purchase and by way of like vehicles and stuff. I did not see them purchase a hybrid.
No, they purchased actually they did, but it was in 23 and it was a hybrid Ford Explorer, if I'm not mistaken.
I actually called them to ask about their hybrids, and I spoke with Chief Lanier. Yeah, I kind of was a stalker a little bit, but I did call to ask about their hybrid vehicles, and he actually told me that the only hybrid vehicle that is used, that they were getting ready to replace their fleet, but they have a parking car, like a parking monitor, like a little Mr. Bean type car that is hybrid. That, because I called to ask that. Yeah, that.
And then you've got these cops out here in this like random hybrid Ford Fusion.
It was weird. It was that was fucking weird. We went over that. Yeah, I thought that was wild. I was like, are they undercover? Are they like? He said they don't have cars like that. I was like, okay, it's kind of weird.
No, that's hella weird. Like, I'm sorry, but when people like, I don't know, kind of get on me for like questioning this case, I'm like, I don't care. Be upset. But when you dive into it, like, it
There's
does
a lot
make
of
you
oddities.
go, what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but in fairness, in terms of suspicious people and all those types of reports, I mean, it is a college campus, and obviously there were a lot of people randomly parachuting into back porches and crawling through tunnels underneath houses and shit, you know? The stories that have come out in this are so wild.
Mm-hmm. About as wild as Sebastian's case, but there is a lot of like tentacles you can go down, right? Like with the school, the president, all of that corruption, and then you've got like all the parents, and you've got all those different stories, and
Oh, absolutely. And again, nobody ever puts much attention on this at all, but I find it to be beyond ironic that there was a lumberjack competition that weekend, and Enon Harsh specifically stated he saw a tag that was like Colorado, Montana, something that had mountains on it. Guess what universities were there for that competition?
Who?
The University of Montana
and
Colorado.
And the University of Oregon, which we looked up and is actually like an hour away from the Silver Springs, wasn't that it? Oregon stabbing the year prior.
Where the wife
oh,
survived.
God, yes, I went down that hole too. Fuck. It sounds like we've really looked into a lot of the same shit, even though we didn't even know each other. You know?
Girl,
not a lot of
I
people
was
went
lost
down
in
those
this
holes,
case.
to be honest with you. Like, I just found the brain thing. So I got the actual report. I remember now. I requested the shit. But it says reporting party reported that a small brain, most likely animal, was on a dumpster by Sigma Chi, or Kai, or however you say that, when he dropped his son off on Sunday, 11/13/2022. Reporting party thought it was odd and wanted it reported.
On 11/13/22.
Mm-hmm. On that Sunday,
The
they were
same
killed.
day?
Yes, dude. A fucking brain. And the guy
When was this?
The guy reported it on the 15th after the murders.
And so he just says in the morning.
Or
Or no, we don't even say
it doesn't
what
say
time.
the morning. It just says, let's see. The report came in on the 15th. Let me see here. Oh, it's redacted. I can show it. Hold on. Hold, please. Okay, so this says 11:15. Oh, fuck. I guess his name is on there. Damn it. I didn't want to show the guy's name because these people on YouTube are nuts. But yeah, the dad called 2 days later after the murders and was like, there was a small brain, most likely animal in the dumpster. When he dropped his son off, he thought it was odd and wanted it reported. He didn't report it though before the murders, but that's effing weird, right? And that's Ethan's
Yeah,
frat
girl.
house.
I know.
Like, there's a lot back
It
in those
almost-
blotters that we went through. Now that I'm remembering, oh yeah,
It almost-
remember Undie Girl? Remember?
Oh yeah, about somebody breaking in her car for her panties.
Yep, and left them in the cup holder.
Yeah.
Did they have box braids?
Stop it.
The panty keeper. God.
Yeah.
Blech.
Maybe it was a pair someone
Sean
sent
in
to
his
Betty.
drawer of
He was
panties.
returning.
Sean.
So gross.
Why was Kaylee targeted? I don't think they said she was, did they? I think Steve might have said she was, but I don't know if he knows. Do you think?
Well, he had just said they didn't have to go upstairs, right?
Which they, yeah. I mean,
which almost makes me think that either Ethan or Xana were the target.
he didn't have to go up those stairs,
Yep.
but he did.
Right. Why? I'm not going to say that Gonzalez has got everything right, though. You know what I mean?
Right. But do you think that I don't know. So do you think that, they were targeted as in, because I know a lot of people have said like the house, they feel like the house was the target, meaning it was an easy, like in and out and like open, to anybody just coming in and out? Or do you think the people were the target?
The way, okay, I'm just going to say for me personally, the way it was described, right, how bad they were, you can't help but think it wasn't the people. Like, why do you stop at 4 when there's 6 in the house and you walk by one and apparently look at her, right? It's just weird.
No, I agree with that. Unless he got spooked by something.
Well, and I think the layout, the once we know where exactly the bodies were, what exactly the wounds were, I think it'll help put a lot of that together too. But I think, unfortunately, there's been misinformation put out by law enforcement. There's been misinformation put out by the coroner.
Oh my God, she was terrible, dude.
No official source in this situation has put a story out that has held water. It just hasn't.
Well, I'm just going to say in the beginning when law enforcement was saying that both girls slept through it on the bottom floor, I think that, again, I'm going to go back to what I was saying then. I think that was for their safety. You don't want this person who's out there
to think they saw them.
Right.
And I mean, that's fair enough, right? But I still, at the end of the day, I think once we know exactly how the bodies were found, what their condition was, what the wounds were like, then I think it'll tell a lot of the story.
I don't think we will. unless you're in the courtroom. I don't think you'll know.
Okay.
It'll be just like Delphi.
So, no, we didn't know that, Laughing Heart, because we haven't watched the court TV thing. And maybe we can go over that like tomorrow or something. But Court TV put out today that they have video of the restaurant where the two girls worked. That Ellie has video of the restaurant where Xana and Maddie worked. And that BK's phone pinged there a week earlier. I always kind of thought I always thought he met them there.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I said that in the very beginning. If he ate at that restaurant, that could absolutely explain his DNA being there on that sheet. If you come in from work and you're a waitress, like the first thing sometimes you might do if you're tired or you get home and your girlfriend's there wanting to talk, you're going to flop down on your bed. They found it under the covers. I mean, I'm just saying it is absolutely a possibility.
Miss W says, wow, these callers really know their ish in this case. They need a YouTube channel. Oh, wait. Sub up to the Cluminati if you haven't already. We should do more things on Idaho. I love discussing this case. It's quite interesting.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Idaho is my jam.
Yeah, I mean, you really remember a lot of stuff that I don't remember. Fuck. There's so much.
It's all we talked about online and offline for 12 months.
Right?
Yep. That's not a lie. Like every conversation with Idaho, we just couldn't.
I had a feeling, though, man, with that. When I heard he was a vegan, and I thought, oh, damn, they work at a vegan restaurant. Did they cross paths there? And, you know, it doesn't take much, really, for an incel to get really enraged. And I'm not saying he was. I mean, based on the stories we heard from high school, I think he was. Now his, defense is saying, he's autistic. He doesn't know how to talk properly to people. He does this, he does that, which we already knew because we have heard the stories. But, fuck, I can't remember what I was going to say. The restaurant.
Well, you were saying to get angry.
Oh, for an incel to get, set off. Like, if he did kind of make an advance on one of those girls, it wouldn't take, like, a big fuck you or anything really overly insulting necessarily either. There's a video, Crimes? Is there the video out of him eating in there? You know what I'm saying, though? Like, it doesn't take much to set off someone who, maybe got embarrassed if you, like, denied them, like, an advance in public, and maybe they felt publicly humiliated, even though maybe it wasn't such a big deal. It could be to them. And you know what, Alabama?
I don't get that from him.
See, I do. And the whole thing getting numbers at the pool party, I think he used his TA job to his advantage. I don't think those girls were attracted to him. Look, come on.
Yeah, but how is he going to help them in Moscow? He works in Washington.
No, the party was in Pullman, where he was at the pool party. That was in Pullman. And he was a TA. I highly doubt that they were, like,
sure?
hot for him.
I could swear that party was in Moscow.
Mm-mm.
You know what is interesting?
It was in Pullman.
Let me give you a rabbit hole to go down with this you've got on the screen. So there was a small brain, most likely animal, and if I recall correctly, the only hairs that they found in his apartment were most likely animal hair.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And,
the dead dog.
The sickos typically have a problem with small animals, which have small brains. I mean.
No, he's talking about this on the screen.
Yeah, the small brain on the dumpster.
Right.
And the only hair they found in his apartment was from an animal.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. And they usually start out killing animals first. Well, remember they also came out and said that the grand jury convened on that Dana, what was her name? The other deceased girl?
Smithers, I think.
Smithers, Dana
Smithers.
Smithers. Did you guys dive into her too?
Yep.
That whole thing's fucking weird. Did you watch the video of her coming out the door?
Yep.
Did you
I
see
just
someone
Oh,
standing there?
hold on. Hold on. I'm going to blow your mind. Ready?
What?
Girl, how about in her neighborhood,
One street over.
one street over from where she walked out of
Mm?
is King Road.
Uh-uh.
On God.
Is there really?
I swear to God.
Oh, that's fucking weird. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't know that. We need to compare all the things.
And if I'm not mistaken, there might have been a Queen too. It was either Queen or King Road. I was like, wait a damn minute.
Right. And then remember, it was leaked that his parents were testified in front of the grand jury something about her case. And then they retracted it and they were like, oh, no, that was a mistake. I'm not sure if that was a mistake. Now, let
No,
me
me
ask you
either.
this. Do you think, okay, I'm going to throw a situation at you and tell me what you think, like, law enforcement would do or DAs would do in this case. So, like, let's say they did connect Koberger. Let's say it is Koberger, okay? Let's say it's him, that he did the Idaho murders. And let's say they had connected him to a murder previously. Would they hold off, do you think, on, like, telling the public about that, announcing that until this trial's over? Do you think? Like, is that
I don't
something
know.
they would keep secret, and then after the trial's over, they would say, we're announcing, an indictment on the murder of so-and-so? Or would they do that now if they knew?
We actually had this same discussion back when we were covering this case so much, and we were wondering the same thing. Would they go ahead and just charge him?
Yeah.
Right? With that too. I mean, if you believe he did it, now you definitely have his DNA. You should be able to.
Would you
see
just
if you
come
have
out with it?
anything.
Yeah, would you just come out with it? I
I
don't
think they would.
I don't know.
I
And
don't
it's
know
like,
why they would. I don't know why they would.
Yeah, like why would you wait?
Yeah, that would be reckless to not do that. In my opinion, like what happened in Pennsylvania has no relevance as to what happened in Idaho. If it's the same guy, then that you're going to charge, then obviously there is some, but
Well, it helps the case too.
not really, because until he's convicted,
Yeah,
it
right.
doesn't.
well, then they could use that Idaho case in the Pennsylvania case if they wait till he's convicted.
Right, but
That's true.
But charging him doesn't matter, right? Because he's not going to be tried for Pennsylvania until he's tried for Idaho. If they were to charge him for the Pennsylvania case.
It's just wild because
I don't
Dana's
think-
family has been so quiet ever since there was a grand jury called in her case, and like they haven't said a word. It's just been so weird. Now, how did they handle
Really?
Daybell? Did they come out with Arizona charges after she was convicted in Idaho? Because now she's on trial in Arizona. See,
She
that's
was charged. She was already charged for Arizona before the trial was over.
okay. Because we did
in
know
Idaho.
she was going to be extradited over to Idaho after the verdict. That's right. So I would think they would announce them.
I think they would.
Because I remember us, we learned about her from Snapped, and I remember watching that episode, and then later hearing that name and talking about the trial coming up, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's that lady that killed her husband in Arizona.
And you know what's crazy? I didn't even remember that, but that is literally probably fiance's favorite show he's ever seen in his entire life.
Really?
Girl, he made me watch 23 seasons in 5 days.
Jesus Christ. That's some binge watching.
Dude, he was like, every episode, he was like, that's my ex right there. Both of them.
Mm-mm-mm. Some people are saying they would wait until after to prevent jury tainting. That's an interesting point.
That could be. That could be too. It is weird though that whole rumor came out about them. Like that's strange to me. It's always going to be.
What rumor?
With them testifying at that girl's grand jury.
Oh, I know.
Why would you need to testify?
Right.
They don't hear defense.
Well, and why would it be his fucking mom and dad? Like, who's
That's
really
what I'm
behind?
saying.
Yeah, that's.
Typically, it's only a witness.
Yeah, it's
that
weird.
Testifies.
Someone said, "Oh, they were testifying about Brian's whereabouts," and I'm like, they're not going to have parents testify for a grown ass man's whereabouts, like at a grand jury.
No, they don't do anything for the defense. Doesn't even show up. It's only the state trying to prove their case to a grand jury. There is no defense argument at all.
Right. So yeah, that is very weird, and they pulled that back quick. And I think it was actually Brian Enton who dropped that from News Nation, and they're usually the more edgy ones. Like they'll put out shit that like mainstream news won't put out before like completely vetting it, and he pulled it back quick, and I always thought that was very strange.
So it's either that it was false information or it was information they didn't want out yet.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I don't know, girl.
Which in itself is strange.
It's fucking the whole thing.
Yeah, we need to do a StreamYard one day and go over.
Yeah, let's like dual stream and go over like the old shit. It's so interesting. I got people in here saying, "Who's Dana Smithers?" I mean, a lot of people, I'm telling you, did not go down that road and look in the areas around, you know, like the Oregon thing. That was freaking weird. That lady survived. That person's never been caught.
Lady.
Right. And they didn't know that someone else was in that house either. Because she was there to watch the cats. Remember, they were going on vacation the next day. And someone was in the next room, and that was what spooked them to run out.
Yep. Just watched her husband be killed. Oh, I couldn't even imagine.
Good God. And did you see her? Did you go to her TikTok, I think it was, where she does videos about her progress, like in healing? She was really messed up from that. I can't remember how many times she was stabbed, but it was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you would never be the same. And that's why I say, like, I absolutely, like I do, I don't want to look at Dylan and them like they're suspicious, right? I just don't.
Right.
But when I read things like they were interviewed, not interrogated, not questioned, just talked to. And then I see Dylan's story. Girl, I'm going to send you this one thing on her interviews and the stuff that she says.
Yes, please
and
do.
You have to email me after you read it, because I'm telling you, girl, she thought Brian was a fireman at one point.
What? Where did you get that from?
Girl, it's in the thing. It's her interview progression. She does one on 11/13, one on December 1st.
Oh, please send me
and
that.
They talk about the statements that she made, and she said at one point she thought he was a damn fireman carrying a fucking vacuum cleaner.
Whoa. Whoa.
Like, I'm telling you, girl, like there's...
Is that why they don't want her to testify? Are they trying to get her to not have to testify?
Yep.
I thought I heard that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, there's enough documentation and actual transcripts and filings out there that if you just look through them, you can see that there are a lot of problems. And one of the biggest red flags for me is between the filings back in 2023 when they were trying to force them to present an alibi, and now they have filed where they don't want to allow him to present an alibi. But the problem back then was they couldn't give an alibi because they hadn't presented all of the discovery. And now that they have presented all of the discovery, they don't want to give him the opportunity to present an alibi They don't want to allow them to present alternative suspects or anything like that. And it's like that. It's just crazy. Like they are absolutely trying to railroad him. And again, he may be the guy, but due process of the documentation shows that they did not do their job in this case.
No.
Wild. Yeah, let's definitely do that. Email me that. I guess people said it came out last week. I didn't see that. I gotta get caught up on this shit.
Girl, there's so many papers. Like, we've done, like, solely Sebastian and just kind of, been waiting for things to come out in Idaho. And apparently this new judge, he is not a fan of sealing everything, keeping it all behind closed doors. So
I love it.
I do too.
The best thing they did
was
move it.
A lot. I agree.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten through all those. Like I said, that one hearing that was closed, I barely got through reading that, and I know there's been more. So I got to get caught up. She said for weeks after that she saw a fireman.
Which makes sense with, I'm here to help you.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm here to help you. What a thing to say. Like,
if it's true, yeah, that's weird.
But then again, Brian always wanted to be a cop.
Yeah, he did.
I wonder if he has 3 belly buttons like Stearns. Just saying.
What?
Stephen Stearns.
Like what?
Stephen Stearns. Have you seen the latest on him?
He has 3 belly buttons.
Cletus, he's looking it up now. Yes, dude,
No, I'm not. I don't want to. I do not want to see that.
Listen,
like,
they
fuck?
They released the interrogation, like the full unredacted, and literally they only have his junk blurred, and he has 3 MF and belly buttons. He is the most grotesque creature I've ever seen. I don't know if he had some kind of like tummy tuck, like back in the day. I don't know. He is the most grotesque creature I've ever seen.
I could see that, him having a tummy tuck.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but
he is just...
I will just point out that Betty said he was hot.
Oh, I know. She said that, what did she say? He was too good looking for Soto? I think she called him eye candy, actually. I think she said Jen had eye candy with Stearns. That tells you all you need to know about Betty. Ugh. On that note, I'm going to wrap this shit up. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Clue. It was fun talking. Yeah. You guys have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Stay safe with the weather, guys.
Yes. There's a lot of warnings out there. Good night, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye. That was awesome. I didn't know Clue went that deep into Idaho 4. I'm looking forward to this now. These discussions are fun. This is what I like about true crime, is discussing and talking about different theories and things going on. I'm going to look into that fireman thing, and we'll definitely talk about that for sure. Alabama, I missed you. We're going to have to do a StreamYard, Alabama, so you can come up. Pam, it was good seeing you. Thank you so much again, Kendo. Thank you, Spivey, for your Cash App. That was so nice and generous of you guys. And Ishi for your super chat. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it too. Bex, I'm getting you in trouble. I know. Well, we'll do some refreshing with Clue. And I know she's got a good memory and good hearing. So, all right, guys. Well, thanks for calling in. It was a great live. I know we didn't have any calls about Sebastian Rogers tonight, which I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, because there's really nothing new to talk about other than the fact that Sebastian is still missing. And if you don't mind, before we go, I want to play that slideshow of the photos for you guys because that was what I planned on showing y'all. So just give me 1 second. And again, like we say every time, if you have any tips on Sebastian's whereabouts, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Very important. I just want to share his face before we end because I think it's important. Let me get it up here on the screen. What time is it? Oh, it's only midnight. Not too shabby, guys. Not too shabby. I thought it was later than that. Here we go. Okay, let's get this off the screen. I look forward to more Idaho 4 conversations with you guys. Yes, definitely having hope for Sebastian. Because there is a chance that he's still out there, guys. There really is. Stranger things have happened. So, enjoy this slideshow. And thank you for joining tonight. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. You guys take care of yourselves. Hug your kids, hug your grandkids. That's what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I'm trying to get these full screen for you guys. And if you could share them, I've shared all of these on my X, on YouTube community, and on Facebook. Please go and share those posts because it's important to keep his face out there. This is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Thanks, you guys. Have a great night.